Welcome back, everybody, to the Quake Pro League. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Lethal. It's been a little bit, Lethal, but it's good to see you again. They just can't keep us apart.
No, they can't, always together again once more. Some great action, I'm sure, the entire course of the day. And yeah, look forward to it.
Should be a good one. A little bit shorter, I know, everyone's probably offended, but it's my fault. It's actually Persian New Year tomorrow. I wanted them to cut it short so I can go do my thing. But enough about me. Why don't we take a look back? It's been about 2 weeks since the last Quake Pro League, because Challengers was last week, so let's have a little bit of a refresher, if we can. Go over some of the games and some of the results.
I'm glad you said that, because I've been saying it's my fault the entire time, but I'm glad you took the blame. Cheers for that. I appreciate it. But as you can see with the first matchup here, like Kilson just doing Kilson things, Nosfer's still not really finding his footing as of yet in the Quake Pro League, which is a bit uncharacteristic, but Kilson, you know what it's like. He's very aggressive, very strong, good improvisation all round, and just doing a huge amount of work across the board. And we have to talk about the other games as well, because there was a lot of upsets, not huge upsets, but one we have to talk about straight after this little scuffle between Kilson and Nosfer. So that CNZ, he took a map. The man bleeds.
He did. Rafa fell one map down. Is this the end of Rafa? No, shouts to CNZ. Amazing play for him to take a map, but in the end, Rafa did come out on top. As he usually does, but that combination is still one of my favorites. Straight out the window, see you later. But it was a fantastic set, and again, CNZ time and time again showing, he was the dark horse at the stage finals a season ago now, and he's just proving that he deserves to be here, and he could beat anybody any given Sunday. So very, very good to see. And then we head straight into Maxter versus Shane. Maxter, a bit of a spanking here on Shane, 3-0 in this set, Lethal.
Certainly was. And, just going back to the last series, the fact that CNZ was so... He had such a good start on Deep Embrace against Rafa. Like, he had, all cards on the table. He had a lot of flair. He was showing a lot of life, a lot of magic across the board. But, magic can only be, can only be so good in terms of consistency. And eventually, Rafa just does what he does best, make that miraculous comeback in with the Maxter matchup here between Chain. Sadly for Chain, he did lose 3 out, and for Maxter, it was actually a pretty dominating performance from him, because in what we've seen in the previous matchup against Chain, it was 4 21 8 and 10-1 on Ruins. Absolutely absurd.
Brutal indeed. More absurd. Zanaku using clutch against Razy. Unfortunately, didn't work. Razy took the set 3-0, but it was a close one. It was just interesting to see Zanaku be one of the few people that's like, you know what, I'm not even going to ban it. I'm going to use it against you. I'm going to try my hand at it, and it's always good to see people trying to innovate and take away other people's strengths in different ways.
Certainly was. And then going to the last matchup, this was definitely, upset central. And Dramus, in the studio environment, he did take down Benga last time, and he's done it again. And I think a lot of people would have assumed that, okay, maybe Benga would have corrected a lot of his mistakes or rectified them, from the last time he competed against Dramus. But the fact that Dramus took him down again, that's a huge feat in itself.
I mean, he took down both Maestro boys. This man out here hitting them with the classic. Shouts to Dramus. As we take a look at the overall recap from 2 weeks ago, there are your final scores for those sets. Not too shabby at all. I think Dramus stock on the rise, Lethal.
It certainly is indeed. As CNZ was trying to do his best to put a stop to it. Again, it's like we have to go back to that Deep Embrace matchup. He had a dream start. You couldn't really ask for more, and still Rafa clawed back, considering CNZ's aim skill, his ability to contest his items to a very, very high degree. But Rafa's just like, no, I don't really feel like losing today.
Yeah, he's like, that's not yours. But, speaking on the topic of CNZ, fantastic to take a map off of Rafa, but now he has a bigger challenge, maybe. I don't know. Mayonnaise Man? Let's see. CNZ versus Sparty is going to be the first set of the day, Lethal. In terms of these two players, how do you feel about Sparty specifically? I feel like he's on a hot streak sometimes, and he could show up and he could do pretty much what CNZ did to Rafa, where he could upset almost anybody. I mean, even last finals, he gave Rafa a run for his money in the lower bracket in that set. So Sparty deserves to be here. I feel like a lot of people out there don't really give him the respect he deserves. He's been a top echelon player for years and years and years, and it's good to see. It's good to see.
Yeah, it's interesting to discuss that, because remember last season both Sparty and CNZ were teetering around the relegation zone for that majority of the Pro League back in Season 2. But nowadays, both of them come up against each other. They've made a lot of improvements. Sparty especially, he it's like you said, very, very good player all round, just like it was before. The only problem was he just couldn't close out those maps. It was always by one frag or sudden death every single time. And you have to feel sorry for the guy because he must have been getting pretty damn frustrated after, so many map losses by such a tiny margin. But now he's actually closing out some of his maps and being able to, like you said, on the upper echelon of how he wants to try and do things here. But CNZ, after the performance he's shown against Rafa, makes you wonder, like, who could come out on top on this one.
It's going to be interesting for sure. If we can get into the pick bands, maybe we could paint a better picture of what we have in store. And Lethal, as always, please do me the honors.
Well, we've seen Kill used quite a lot on Insomnia, and with all the choke points, the narrow corridors, the great height advantage you have, especially with the pineapples to try and stop your opponent for even have any opportunity, so to speak, to get some of these items, especially for the heavy. Kill's looking damn strong indeed. And then going on to Ruins with the Strog versus Device. An interesting matchup here. At least Sparty has the piercing sights in order just to try and keep CNZ at bay and, of course, contest his items a little bit sooner than he would like and prep a little bit earlier as he sees fit. And the Dune's been banned here on Deep Embrace 40 with the Scale versus the BJ. BJ, we normally see him teeter around on Corrupted Keep, but nice to see him back on Deep Embrace once more.
Not too bad. Yeah, kicking off with Insomnia and the Keel pick. I mean, lock it in for CNZ. 100% of predictions for me go to CNZ just for that pick alone because Keel is the best champion in the game. But yeah, looking forward to Insomnia as always. And then Strog versus Visor on Ruins should be fantastic. Deep Embrace with a little bit of Scale and BJ. Why not, Lethal? Looking forward to it. But predictions from you, as always, I gotta know. Who do you think is going to take this one to kick off the day?
I don't know why you do this to me.
I love it. I love watching you squirm.
I know.
But enough about me. Let's talk about the prediction.
Just an awful human being, aren't you?
If
I didn't see CNZ perform as well as he did 2 weeks ago against Rafa, I would have said Sparty. But I'm still going to favour Sparty, but by the smallest, by like a slight edge here. Probably 2-1 as for CNZ in that Rafa matchup. But there was, like I said, a lot of magic and a lot of style points with a lot of those frags. The only problem is, though, can he deliver the same again? That's the big question mark above CNZ's head. But Sparty, I think he should have the edges. But then again, that first map, it's a doozy. Like I said, with the Kill pick, very, very strong considering, that heavy versus light champion in terms of starting stacks as well. So CNZ will probably take the first one. I think Sparty may take the other two depending on how the scenario goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to keep in mind that on all three maps, Rail is in play, and Sparty, of course, a fantastic Rail player, can base his entire game around it, can pop off with it like a shotgun if he needs to, up close and personal. So that's something to keep in mind across this set here, but I still think I'm going to stand firm with CNZ. Maybe not 3-0. Ooh. But at least 2-1 for CNZ because I like the way he's been playing. And again, that Keel pick, just you get an extra plus 50, whatever. I don't know what the 50 is, but in my opinion, I think that's going to be an easy start for CNZ, Keel versus Anarchy. But what do I know? That's why I'm just talking. I don't play these games, Lethal. So we'll see. We'll see what Sparty has in store. I think we do have the predictions in the chat. If I take a quick peek here, a little gander. And it's about split, 54-46 in favor of CNZ, so not too bad. They think it's going to be a rather even matchup to start off on Insomnia, and they're probably right. But either way, looking forward to it again. Insomnia, the new map, always a pleasure to see it. Nice to see Keel and Anarchy. Interesting pick, but yeah, we'll see how it goes, Lethal.
Yeah, we certainly will indeed. I think the chat are just edging towards CNZ because of the Kill pick. If it was a different pick, then it might be slightly different, a little bit more 50-50. They'd probably, like, Sparty, we've got to talk about his roads here up to week 5 and who he's defeated. He's taken down Nos for 2-1. He's taken down Sygib 2-1 as well. He only just lost up against Maxter a few weeks ago. So he's on a tear at the moment. Not a huge tear, but it's like I said before, he's closing out these maps. He's realizing what mistakes he's making. It's just a consistency to the full 10 minutes. Like, during the first half, he's fine, and then the second half, he kind of slows down a little bit. But hopefully it won't be like that this time around.
We'll see shortly here as the players are loading up in the server. Apologies for the delay. It's probably my fault somehow, as always.
Unbelievable.
I know. I know. It's almost like people come to expect it. But as always, it's wonderful to have everyone here. Happy Saturday to everybody. We will kick off Quake Pro League here shortly. And again, Insomnia, fantastic to see the new map with the item swap. Again, I believe shotgun, rail, all of that is different now, so you can't really, the position above heavy and towards the mega isn't as powerful as it was. You can't just sit there and chip away with rail damage. It makes it a little more interesting and a little more competitive, in my opinion, for sure.
Yeah, it kind of speeds up the tempo, doesn't it? And I think the changes were definitely necessary. It's the right call, I think, whoever made that call in terms of making those changes. But it's nice to see Insomnia. Like the last time I did it with you a few weeks back, I think I saw Insomnia once. So a bit disappointed, but at least we get it first map, first series of the day. And yeah, we are a little bit undecided on how this could turn out. It's like I mentioned before, in terms of Sparty's previous weeks, his previous appearances, especially against the great opponents he's had leading up to week number 5. If it was the standard, 3-0s or losing the 2-1s, then I would have said same as you. I'm like, yeah, CNZ, like considering how we saw him a couple weeks ago against Rafa. But now it is an even footing, and that's why chat are probably struggling just a little bit to the side. But with the first map now, I think a lot more people are favouring CNZ due to the kill pick, and let's be honest, can you blame them?
No, and I think chat is slowly just snowballing towards CNZ, 61 to 39% in favor of CNZ now. So I don't know, maybe the talking heads had something to do with it, Lethal, but I await anxiously to be completely wrong about it. So that's what I do here. That's kind of my job. But either way, again, shortly getting into it, it'll be Insomnia, Keel versus Anarchy, Sparty versus CNZ to kick off the day. And yeah, if we make it to the third map as the decider, I mean, that Scale versus BJ, do you think the BJ can melt down the Intergalactic Warlord? Do you think that that is a matchup that is in favor of Scale on Ruin specifically?
It's difficult, isn't it? Because for the Scale, it's easier for him to grab those items and contest them. But at least with the dual wield, he has some element of, damage to try and keep him off by any means, shape or form. But it's going to be tough. He's going to have to play around this Scale a lot. He's going to have to play the range game. You have to abuse the rail to no end and just really keep his distance and make sure he doesn't get trapped into a corner or off guard in any means, shape or form. So if he does, then yeah, it's going to be curtains from this. There's going to be absolutely no way out. But Sparty, more than he knows that full well. There's no reason why he won't be able to do it. But CNZ again, he needs to keep the pressure on. Even with the starting stack, if he does come up on a respawn, again needs to continue to make sure to just be a real pain in the backside here for you. And he loves doing that, doesn't he? He loves it.
Don't we all love a good pain in the backside? Yeah, we're getting into it shortly. I think there's some minor technical difficulties again. These feet of mine, I wear like clown shoes. I don't know what it is, Lethal. Just kicking wires, ruining everything all the time. I don't know what to say except for I'm sorry. Apologies. But we will get into it shortly. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we could look at the pick pans again and just kind of digest those a little bit longer. I'm not really sure, but
talk about the foot size like Sancho.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Specifically, I mean, again, I'll say this until the day I die. Keel is the greatest champion in the game. So I feel like map 1 goes to CNZ easy. Ruins, a little more even in my opinion. Strog versus Visor should be a good one. And then, I don't know, that Deep Embrace, Scale versus Beach. I don't know about that one. I don't know.
Nah, I'm kind of in the same boat. CNZ clearly banned the Doom just so that Sparty doesn't have the mobility he requires in order to try and pick up these items slightly faster or contest them a little bit better. That's the problem he's going to have. But it's like I said, it's all going to be about playing range, playing distance, abusing the rail. And Sparty is very, very good with the rail. But then again, so is CNZ from what we saw, especially with his Deep Embrace game against Rafa. And we saw with CNZ against Rafa on Deep Embrace a few weeks ago, he was just, a lot of style points, a lot of flair, great rails, as you already mentioned. Always made sure to contest the items to a distance and just make sure to damage the opponent before he even tries to execute any kind of plan of action. And then the problem is that we're going to see it again. Sparty's rail is also very strong and nitpicks a lot, especially around top mid for that Mega. And it's going to be difficult for Sparty. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he probably would have preferred the Doom pick, don't get me wrong, but even with the BJ pick, I think it's a solid second, really, isn't it? It's a solid plan B to kind of really keep the Scale back. But again, with the Bull Rush, it's going to be tough. It really is.
Well, I heard the load sound, Lethal. I don't know about you, so we should be getting into the map shortly. Again, it's only my promise that I've 20 minutes late. It's fine. I'm sorry, chat, but we're getting into it. All right, it's gonna happen. We're gonna have a set, and it's gonna be fantastic. And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, my eyes are on the Scale, but first we start off with Keel. I'm excited because pineapples everywhere for everybody. But yes, Keel versus Anarchy on Insomnia. We'll see what Sparty has in store. I feel like maybe 75% rail. Maybe that's the day. Maybe the Mayonnaise Man is gonna show up big, laying down rails like, I don't know, some sort of train conductor. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what he has in store. We know that he could pop off. We know that we can get in the server here because we are live and we are going live with CNZ versus Sparty. Thanks for your patience, but we're finally here. Map number 1 between these two is underway right meow.
Lovely stuff. We're going to be kicking off from CNZ's POV to see exactly what he's going to be up to. and it looks like we're actually going to restart in the lobby. I think there was an issue with one of the players. It's typical. Again, Faulty's fault. Yeah, that should be a hashtag.
Yeah. 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 Blame 40. Go ahead, tweet it out, because damn, I was very excited for that too. But here we are. Welcome, everybody. Saturday morning Quake Tunes with 40 and Lethal. And you're just going to have to deal with this. It's become a bit of a podcast, Lethal. I don't know what to say.
That's what I mean. 40's thoughts, it could be thoughts, or creating a thought. I don't know. We need to think of something at some point, don't we?
You need to think of something. Something needs to happen. I got to change my life. Something's got to give, Lethal, because I can't keep living like this. But yeah, we're going to restart the lobby. We're going to get these issues sorted out. Everybody needs to be ready and prepared before we get into it. Again, everyone's playing for money. Each map is money in your pocket, playing for seeding. So I can understand why they want it to be as crisp as possible. Apologies, chat. I'm just reading chat right now. Everyone's like, we hate 40, and it's like, yeah, I get it. I know. You could blame it all on me. It's fine.
Well, at least you can accept it. At least you've accepted your mistakes, haven't you? It's because that's the first step, isn't it?
It is.
It's the first step. You got to remember that.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be bad.
But we can talk about the leaderboard just until we go into the matchup anyway, because I was having a bit of a gander just to see exactly what was going on. As Sparty, I've already spoke about it already. He's already won his last couple of matches, going 2-1. So in terms of seeding, he's not looking too bad so far. The opponent for CNZ, yeah, he is down below. He's 13th, but you remember at the same time, still early days, still plenty to play for. But taking that one map of Rafa is going to definitely give him a nice little, well, hopefully a confidence boost or morale boost somehow, some way. If it hasn't, then I don't know what else. Of course, Molten Fall's not been in the map pool anymore. That's not a one map win you can try and guarantee on every single time. But
I'm sure he felt targeted when that map was thrown out. CNZ was the only one like, wait a minute, why are you taking away my map? But yeah, I mean, shouts to him again, taking a map off Rafa. But again, it's weird to even talk in that regard about these players, because every player in the league knows they could beat each other. So it's like the fact that we make it like, oh, I can't believe they took a map. They're probably like, I knew I could take a map. Like, what are you doing? But it's always interesting. I mean, time and time again, Rafa has shown that he's gone undefeated a lot. So it is interesting to see when he drops maps, but I don't think it's a complete meltdown. A lot of people in chat I've seen say, that's it, he's washed, this is it. And it's just like, you all are silly. You're all silly. But yeah, it's got to be a confidence boost going into this one. But again, Sparty's a different beast entirely, because Sparty doesn't really play by the rules. I mean, Rafa's very good at adaptation mid-game and kind of understanding what his opponent's going to do and adapting to that. But Sparty kind of just does whatever he wants, and when he starts hitting those rails, there's not a lot you can do. Sometimes you just have to sit there and be like, I'm getting Spartied right now. The party has come to me, and there's not a damn thing I could do about it. So that's why I'm very interested to see across all three of these maps that the rail is in play and how Sparty utilizes that.
Well, this is exactly it. And we have to think about it as well. Do you reckon Rafa had like the biggest, the fattest grin on his face when he saw Blood coming in return? He must have had a little cheeky grin.
I think so. I think some players like it. I mean, I think it's a fantastic map. Yeah, it's technically been around for 20 plus years, but
it's been a while,
the slight changes and champions to it, I think it makes it a fun map, a good map, and we see more of the light champions come out and able to be used on that map specifically. So I don't know. I'm just a guy that talks about the game, Lethal. Who cares what I think? But I like seeing it back. I'm sure the players do too. They have some sort of say in what goes on. So we're still waiting. My bad. I really did a number on this lobby today, Lethal. My bad.
I know it's just one mistake after another, is it? Like, even before the broadcast, I said stop it. Don't touch anything. Don't do anything. And this is what happens. Unbelievable.
It's okay. That's what we're here for. We're here to just eat up time. And diversions. Speaking of which, diversions, it was Rafa's birthday on Wednesday, so go ahead, hit him up on Twitter, Zanga, MySpace, whatever website you feel, up to using to wish him a happy birthday. 63 years old. Incredible. Incredible. The longevity of this professional is fantastic.
And he's still competing. It's madness, isn't it? Absolute madness.
I don't know how he plays through all the arthritis. I don't understand. Just constantly icing his hand and his wrist. Just a true professional, though, through and through.
Yeah, it doesn't need a Zimmer frame or stick, of course, going into Quake. But yeah, definitely showing us how it's done still, even at his age. It's just mad.
Old man Rafa. Well, we're still waiting on the lobby chat, so I hope everyone's doing well. How are you? Let's read through some of these messages. All lighthearted Good. I'm glad I did that. So yeah, Lethal. Yeah. What's the weather like over there? Pretty fantastic. It's great. It's looking gloomy and green here, but you know, it's not bad. Not bad.
For me, it's cold, but in this room, I am absolutely baking. I am sweating.
You always look hot to me, so I couldn't
Stop it,
tell the
you.
difference.
I know.
You're
Don't make me
always
blush on stream.
sizzling.
I told you. I told you to not do that. But yeah, you are right though.
Well, hopefully we all survive. I heard the loading thing again. We're doing it. We're going to get into the game. It's going to be fine. This was all just a diversion because everyone was complaining about how it's going to be a short day today. And I said, you know what? I'm going to make it the longest day possible.
Ah,
so
that's right.
Be careful what you wish for, chat. Bam! Anyways, yeah, we should be getting into it shortly here. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
That makes perfect sense then. That makes perfect sense why you've done all these delays. It's just unbelievable.
Oh, somebody brought up Russell Wilson in chat. How dare you?
I don't know what the... I need to check, actually, to see what the overall percentage was for each map, because it was 69 to 31 at one point, wasn't it? It is now 57 to 43. So, do you know what's funny? Sparty's still getting a... You know, his percentage is still being bumped up a little bit, even with that kill bit, which I'm a little bit of a shock to the system. But 40, we have a game on our hands. We're going to get to the first map on Insomnia. First series of the day finally underway. We do apologies for the delays and whatnot, but we're back in, starting off with CNZ POV once again.
We did it, and we have the first map of the day here. CNZ claims that mega, swapping over to Sparty right now, grabbing that shotgun again. That shotgun is where the rail used to be. Sparty has to drop down to grab a rail now in the power-up area. So a little bit of a difference to the map, and it plays a lot differently. So keep an eye out for that. Slow start as both players just work their way around the map, grabbing all of the weapons and items they can before the bloodbath starts, and a good rail there from Sparty right off the bat. That's another thing to keep an eye on. Can Sparty pop off with these rails and chip away at this giant keel stack here? But the pineapple forces out the inject, the fadeaway from CNZ.
Yeah, that's a huge direct as well, but at least for CNZ with the heavy, he can now continue to engage as he sees fit. But right now, he's just going to slow things down a tad. Get the information he needs. Pick up a light for extra insurance in case he does get into a bad situation or bad position, so to speak. He's got the high ground once again here, 40. Just waiting, just daring Sparty just to come towards him here, but they're both just on the opposite side of top mid. But he will get a free heavy. Looks like we're going to have a gentleman's agreement with it, but just pretending to drop down and go for it. And he's heard the mega, and he's just delaying the heavy as much as physically possible so he can try and go for the mega first, potentially later on.
Nice slow start here. Inject is up. Sparty using that air control to use the jump pad and cut over to the heavy. A little bit of tri-bolt damage as CNZ tries to peek out and get some damage of his own. And what a rail there, but returned somehow by CNZ. The timing on that one. Fair play.
CNZ now managed to pick up the mega. He knows that the heavy's up in a few seconds, but he will not be able to get there in time, but it gets a light for his troubles. Going back for the TP, still continuing the high ground, but you've got to understand why Sparty's playing like this. If he's got this kind of stack, this kind of position, he has to play, you know, the chip damage game, basically. He needs just to keep his distance, but the problem is, that is why CNZ is just slowly teetering around so he can trap into a corner. This could be a good shout, but already Sparty's done a huge amount of damage. Uses the injury. Oh, what a direct straight afterwards. Beautiful.
Just so unfortunate there. Big dunks from Sparty, but couldn't hit the air rocket to try and finish it off. And just like that, the stack comes back to haunt him as CNZ gets the first frag. Just able to take rockets to the face and still persevere. But Sparty right back into it now. Has the overstack on health. CNZ waiting patiently. Trying to set a little trap, figure out exactly where Sparty is. Maybe get a secondary frag and add a buffer, but instead takes a rail, and now he has to be careful as he's not in the best position. CNZ still holding position on the heavy, making Sparty think twice, maybe not, as the LG around the corner, a little bit of air control. That pineapple does a little bit of damage, but in the end, Sparty will be able to force CNZ out of the heavy, and now maybe get a frag as he drops down, but somehow CNZ with the LG 1 HP. Lethal, what the hell just happened?
1 HP in the gym. He should not have been able to get away with it, and he's also must get a little bit more armor as well, just to now be able to continue to fight against any contention here from Sparty. But the problem is Sparty's playing this right, keeping his distance and just trying to chip away, but at the same time CNZ is countering it perfectly as well. Just again, just walking around, hopefully that Sparty will just accidentally just dive on in. We haven't really seen enough yet though, as Sparty Managed to pick up the heavy anyway. Both items haven't been segregated enough for either player to get full map control or just full control in general of the items here. But CNZ again just biding his time. He knows that his opponent has to come to him anyway. He's now just relying on these audio cues from the Anarchy to see exactly where he's going to go. But he's going to catch him off guard straight away. Good amount of LG. Going to try and switch to the rail. Doesn't hit him, but he can at least go for the flank. But still, the stacks are quite even. But after that, 73, though, he needs to try and push on forward to try and finish off Sparty. But Sparty manages to get away. But that would have been a rail of the ages if he managed to pull that off.
That would have been absolutely beautiful here. But after all of that, CNZ still sitting pretty with a 2-frag lead and a decent stack, all things considered. So, unfortunately, Sparty dealing with the stack early on. I do like the pacing that he's setting. He's not getting into these grudge matches, as he can't because of the stack, but still, he's got to rethink this strategy here. CNZ doing a good job of zoning, getting the items he needs, and just keeping that stack as high as possible on that keel. And around the corner, big rocket here. Opportunity for Sparty. Can he capitalize this time? And he can't! Oh, it's just heartbreaking, Lethal.
He's just doing everything perfectly. Just teetering around, just walking everywhere at top mid so that Sparty may accidentally push into him whilst CNZ has got a full stack, but also at the same time keeping those choke points with the pineapples and the rockets. And the problem is Sparty doesn't have much of a choice here. I wouldn't say he's being impatient, it's just the fact that CNZ's catching him with his trousers down all 3 times. And I would say 2 out of 3 of those engagements, Sparty did have the bigger stack, or was actually coming out with the advantage. But the problem is, again, the rockets coming out from CNZ is just helping himself get out of a very big hole here, just at the halfway stage. Sparty now has to stack to try and contend top mid if he's able to. But so far with DLG, especially from CNZ, just keeping him away, just backing off once more, looking to try and recuperate his losses.
It's just so unfortunate because the initial rocket is almost beautiful every time from Sparty. The follow-up is almost just as beautiful, but then it all falls apart. CNZ is able to steal away all 3 of these fights that we've seen. He's up 3 and now just dropping into his arms. Sparty has to be careful. Survives for the time being as CNZ actually backs away, but that could have been an absolute nightmare for Sparty there. As I think he just caught a glimpse of him. Drops down again. Tries to get the double back with the rail, but nothing doing here. CNZ looking a little bit weak now, but again, this is a... Oh my god, so much damage, Lethal. And up the jump pad, just trying to hit this Hail Mary. Is Sparty going to go for it again? Does he feel lucky? There's the pineapples after the mega pickup. And CNZ survives again, and Sparty, that nightmare corridor for him, just eating rockets and pineapples. It's just going all wrong. Great rail there from CNZ on the heavy pickup.
Unbelievable. That stack from Sparty just evaporated after those pineapples and the rockets. But it's like I said before, he's doing exactly what needs to be done, and he mustn't change it at all in the slightest, because it's all about how Sparty can figure things out and to try and push. But eventually, he's going to have to, you know, be aggressive in these choke points. But it's not like he hasn't done previously. It's the fact that he needs to hit at least 1, maybe 2 rounds before he can even contend with CNZ, but at least has to stack again. And of course, with the mobility here, he definitely can come back in this matchup as Sparty finally gets the first frag. Got 3 minutes left to play with. Of course, he does need to take note of the starting stack from the kill. And now it's going to be Sparty who has to try and catch CNZ by any means necessary. It's going to be tough, don't get me wrong, but he's got enough time to make this work.
Perfect timing on the heavy, but good defense here from CNZ, making him pay the price as he peeks over the lip here. A little bit of LG does have the inject, but CNZ gets on that heavy, might get more damage too. Dancing around, there's a good rail, maybe with the fadeaway, almost connects. 18 HP for Sparty before the 25 pickup. Does have the inject, but he's still extremely weak right now as the armor shard being protected again by CNZ, knowing exactly where Sparty might want to go. Using that mid-fight here. No damage, actually. Sparty's able to pick up a free mega, so a little bit of a silver lining after all of that sloppiness, Lethal.
Certainly was, but he actually came in. Oh, that was so unfortunate. He had the LG out just at the wrong time. And CNC just dived on in and going, that's fine. I'll just take some free damage. And nice 9 put a rocket combo. Just extend the lead. Directors. Oh my god. Yeah, 6-1 now. 2 minutes left. Sparty did have a chance, but now it's just completely disintegrated.
Just unfortunate. He played it really well. The first couple attacks were fantastic. I would say heavily in Sparty's favor, but somehow CNZ turns it around with beautiful shots of his own, utilizing that keel stack as well, and now he's just bullying Sparty off of that heavy. Says, I believe you have my property. Excuse me. Minute 30 left on the board. Sparty down by 6. This seems not feasible, Lethal.
No, it certainly isn't. And reason being, Sparty's going to take a huge amount of damage depending on the positioning of CNZ if he does approach him top mid, and he can just trade for days. As now Sparty's backing away with the light, he realizes that time isn't on his side. Minute 5 left remaining. Sparty has a slightly bigger stack, but it's like I said, every single frag has to be clean, but it's just not going to happen. This is going to be the first map win for CNZ here. It's just CNZ just daring him to come through, daring him to go through these choke points, hit some beautiful rails in the process. Going to see if he can go for the flank, but actually makes a good read here. Waiting for Sparty to go for that waiting for Sparty to go for that light armor. Left on 2 HP. It's the first rail. He's going for a second. No, he does not. But in the end, damage has already been done.
Yeah, it's just brutal. I mean, Sparty's going to look back on these VODs and see, 1 HP, 2 HP after these clean initiations with his fights, and he played it as well as he could. The pacing was well. Oh wow, the pacing was well done by Sparty. I mean, that was just a consolation frag. Sparty's probably a little frustrated at how that went. And that's kind of how this matchup might go. As a light versus a heavy in general, you have to play very slow, methodical, and then the minute your defense breaks down, you can give up 2 to 3 frags, and it's just so hard to get back into it, given the stack of your opponents starting off the spawn, even if you get that frag and how much damage they can do. So 9-1 is the score. I feel like it was a lot closer. Shouts to Sparty, but CNZ comes out on top with the best champion in the game, and that one goes down in CNZ's pockets to start off the set.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Sparty, but CNZ had his number. The only changes Sparty could have made is the fact that he could have been a bit more on the low ground and just try and get some of that chip damage, or maybe just wait in different areas of the map and just not approach top mid at all. Just focus more on getting these angles. But the problem is that CNZ just had it all, didn't he, really? He was just making sure that he couldn't have the angles, and even if Sparty forced himself on the low ground waiting for anything to come to him, it'll just be raining rockets. It's you're not going to have the biggest advantage in terms of having the rail angles as well. So it's very, very tough, as CNZ just did absolute work here. And those back-to-back spawn frags, shall we say, just made matters worse for Sparty. A little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. I mean, CNZ, this was almost like a 2v1 because CNZ was using the corridors and the corners so well. Using the rocket pineapple damage, Sparty had to push through choke points constantly just to get a clean fight. Couldn't get past the citrus. CNZ comes out on top, but I still think that was very well played by Sparty. Interesting pick. I mean, interesting pick for sure, going light right off the bat with Anarchy, but the meta is constantly evolving, Lethal, so we might see some change up later in the season from Sparty, but good showing from both players. CNZ able to take it. As we roll into map number 2, slowly but surely, it'll be Visor versus Strog on Ruins. And I imagine it might be a little bit more of the same here as we take a look at the rail utilization. Not too crazy, actually, from Sparty.
No, not a huge amount, so to speak. Didn't even get a lot of damage there, but he was always on the low ground. He was always trying to pressure top mid, but the thing is that after the first or second frag, you would assume that Sparty would have just thought, okay, right, CNZ is just playing it very, very slow top mid. He's just relying on audio cues. He's not going to be approaching him in any way unless it's for any kind of item congestion. And he just read him like a book every single time. But it got to a point where the frags just got out of hand, and Sparty had to be over aggressive, had to, make these slip ups here and there in order to, work in CNZ's favor. It's just, again, maybe he should have played it a little bit slower and just focused on waiting for CNZ to peek on out for these items, and then get enough damage to then pick up the items, and then he can, be able to approach top mid a little bit more successfully in comparison. But yeah, the amount of direct rockets to pineapple combos was just disgusting, wasn't it? It really was.
Disgusting in the best way. Love to see it.
Yeah.
As I take a look at the predictions for map number 2 right now, given the timing, 50-50. Maybe I hit it at the right time, but interesting. Definitely more interesting on this one. Should be closer as well. I'd like to see that rail pick up. I need Sparty to catch fire with that rail. I feel like that's going to be instrumental to him maybe taking down CNZ on this map, but we'll see. It'll definitely be different pacing. Again, Visor versus Strog. CNZ has the Strog, so he's got that crouch slide. Sparty's going to use that vision to maybe play around it, stay away from it, or just line up some easy peasy rails. But we shall see how it goes. Tough start for Sparty on that one. But again, it comes back to the pick. Very, very interesting pick, I would say, going with the Anarchy.
Yeah, it was interesting to say the least, but against a light versus heavy champion matchup like Insomnia and with the kill as well, it's just it's asking for trouble, isn't it? It really is. But Sparty, I do feel like during the first 5 or 4 minutes, he played it right. But the problem is there's only some minor changes which sort of collectively been, a lot more in his favour in comparison. But a bit of a shame, but I'm sure he'll learn from that anyway. At least with Ruins, he won't feel as suffocated. He does have the piercing sight, the vision, as you said, with the visor. The only problem is he can't really give any kind of early lead straight off the bat, because if he does, then CNZ can literally do what he wants, really, with his mobility to try and keep his distance in order to make it really troublesome for Sparty. But fair mate, we'll talk about that later on, but just sticking with the second map here for the piercing sight, especially with Sparty, he can, of course, in terms of decision making, he should be able to play a little bit better, especially with map control and full item control if he manages to get it. But yeah, this is extremely important here for Sparty, because I don't know how it's going to go with the third one. The third game with the scale, it's going to be pretty tough for Sparty nonetheless. But the Visor's not a bad pick against the Strog, depending on how you're going to try and approach this matchup with your plan of action.
Not a terrible pick at all, but again, I still feel like Sparty needs to fire up that rail and start hitting at least 50-60%. We'll see if he can do so. He is working on some stuff in the background, maybe a spoonful of mayonnaise for power. We are going to get into map number 2 in a second here shortly, chat. Bear with me, everything's my fault. Go ahead, hashtag blame40 on Twitter if you'd like. That's fine. You can blame it all on me. But map number 2 will be coming up shortly here. And yeah, CNZ kind of riding a high. Good play on map number 1. Again, one map off of Rafa previously, not too bad. Of course, every player wants to take every set, but I still think that's a pretty big achievement, considering that Rafa is this Goliath within the league where, you know, you take a map off of him, it's incredible. You beat him, it's just absolutely unbelievable. But we'll see. This is a different beast entirely. Again, Sparty doesn't play by the rules. He could pop off. That's what we need to see here. He did play a little bit more measured given this champ matchup on the first map. I think since this is a little more even, we might see some of that Sparty magic on Ruins.
Yeah, we certainly could. It was more the first map. Yeah, it's not really Sparty's style on how he had to force himself to play. CNZ forced him to have that kind of style. And there was a couple of times Sparty tried to show the magic. No, those pineapples and rockets were just... yeah, just absolute magic from CNZ. The magic continuing, of course, from a couple of weeks ago. But now for Sparty, he's got a lot more room to breathe. He's got a lot more room to, create some opportunities for himself here. The last one, you can say, it was teetering on the edge on quite a few times. You have to really surgically dissect Insomnia, especially with the Anarchy, especially light versus heavy champion matchup. But that's in the past. Let's go back to the present here on Ruins to see if Sparty can try and tie things up one apiece. Or if CNZ will just collectively try and make this a 2-0 series. We'll find out as we're going to start off with Sparty's POV.
Indeed, map number 2 is live. Sparty using that vision right off the bat to try and get a bead on exactly where CNZ is. Good LG attack here, but he ends up eating a little bit of rocket damage, forcing him back away, and actually a little bit more as that parting rocket gets a little bigger chunk out of Sparty here. Relentless. CNZ with the chip damage, keeping it up, keeping the pressure on, not letting Sparty breathe right off the start.
Yeah, CNZ with a sprinkle of damage, but enough to maintain his map presence here. Hasn't picked up the Mega as of yet, so we will see these items segregated enough for one of these two Titans in order to and back them both if you can. Still got a piercing sight. Not going to use it, of course, as of yet, but some good rocket damage already. The direct into rail combo straight afterwards. Is Sparty just looking to see where CNZ is going to go on spawn. His first round. He can take the second. Yes, he does. Lovely stuff from Sparty.
Absolutely beautiful there. You already see the rail coming up big for Sparty right now. Maintaining middle ground here, wants that Mega, and now he catches out CNZ. The heavy's up, he should be able to get the Mega as well. This could be potentially the full map for Sparty. Does get it, just needs to get out as cleanly as possible. Still wants that frag as CNZ fighting for his life with the plasma, and that's actually, I'd say that's a dub for CNZ, and he gets caught on the stairs, and that saves his life?
We have to talk about the heavy, though, for it. It's been up for such a long time. Sparty was just prioritizing the frag onto CNZ, and CNZ was probably thinking at some point, yeah, he must have dropped down by now, surely, but no, he just waited in that T-junction the entire time, knowing that he's got the weapons in his arsenal. CNZ didn't have a rail in hand, which meant that as long as he keeps his distance and just wait for CNZ to approach him, then yeah, there was absolutely no reason for him to drop down for that heavy, and he's not going to know the timing, of course, but he's going to drop down anyway. He's up the heavy uncontested, 10 seconds until the Mega, but this is looking really solid from Sparta. This is much better from what we've seen, just because of the fact that he's got a lot more room to create these opportunities, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, huge split between the items because of the fight previously. Sparty knowing that he had CNZ dead to rights, and he plays it so either he gets the frag or he at least delays the heavy. That's exactly how it went, unfortunately missing a string of rails. But now he's going to drop down. The peeker's already out. He can't get the rocket around the corner, and CNZ actually does good initial damage to fend him off for this heavy. So well done. Seemingly out of nothing. Good rail as well, and now Sparty's sent packing. Has to be very careful here. Ooh, easy rail up the jump pad here. He can actually take another one as he's sitting at 91 HP. Sparty trying to fight for this. Somehow dodging tri-bolt like a beast, but the LG will melt him right before the mega big frag there for CNZ.
If he hit that second rail up that heavy jump pad, then that mega certainly would have been his. Sparty and to back away as CNZ dealt some very good LG damage. Good tracking from him. Heavy is up though, which means that CNZ can also contest a mega if he likes, but he's got to be careful though. He has got the low ground. Sparty's in a great position to try and contest it. Some decent rockets, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop him from getting this mega, but it was a good try nonetheless.
Yeah, not bad, but the happy feet from CNZ too strong there as he's able to take the mega. Now Sparty has to be careful. 10 seconds to the heavy. Doesn't really have position. Can't really get caught out either. He's just trying to survive and maybe steal away some of these lights and maintain up a frag.
Sparty now, though, still looking to try and recover from his previous bounce. Mega is up, though. Hasn't picked up a light in a while. Finally going to be able to get it, but the problem is, he's trapped in the courtyard. And this could be the second frag. Oh, actually, instead decides to back away, but going to pick up the mega. Which could have been an opportunity for CNZ, but he knows that he's got plenty of time left on the clock. Still got 6 minutes left in order to get that second initial frag here. Misses the first rail. Hits the second one, though, and gets heavy to boot. Just going to get ready to see Sparty on the light on spawn. Just uses that tri-bot just to play it a little bit safe for the damage. He's just going to approach him straight afterwards. And do you know what? You might as well. He's only got the MG. He can just go around straight for the telly. He's going to try and catch him if he can. Was expecting to drop down from the telly, but he did not. Good damage once more. And he'll be cleaning them up nicely. And now CNZ is the one up by 1 frag. And remember, he has that mobility to fiddle around with.
A little bit of a missed rocket there from CNZ. It's going to pop him up and actually give Sparty the heavy. But yeah, well done from CNZ, playing it well, fighting back and taking the 1 frag lead as we round the midway point of this one here. A lot closer. Sparty still hitting about 30% rail. CNZ hitting 62%. Still want to see Sparty get that rail fired up here, as that's a clean mega for CNZ. He might drop down, needs to be careful with this LG, but again, just fades away with the rail shot, keeping the damage high.
At least 2 or 3 rails are the key factor here in order for Sparty to be able to engage, but he only needs 1 or 2 now because he picked up that armor earlier on. He must have hit another, and will he be able to clean out? He should be able to. Yes, he does. 55 HP. As of course, CNZ would be livid if he lost that engagement around courtyard, but still looking to recover. Sparty full well knows that. That's why he's dropping down to see if he can trade off from the previous fight. Let's find him again. Sparty has a good stack though here. It's been a while since he's had a bigger stack, at least in the last few minutes after the dream start he had earlier on with some great strategic aggression. Comes in with a peeker, doesn't get a lot of damage, but gets the information he needs, knowing that he's going through that TP, going towards courtyard now to pick up that other light possibly, but it's not there as of yet, as right now CNZ just not picking up the mega, but he hears the piercing sight though, which means at least that's wasted and he can pop down at any time.
Sparty waiting patiently, grabbing some vials before picking up this heavy. Wants to add a little bit more of a delay so he can try and get the run back and at least tie this up, if not take it. So good split between the items, about 10 seconds now, giving Sparty an opportunity. Almost has vision back up as well, but he doesn't have any rockets, just LG and rail. Might not have a prayer here. CNZ will swap to rockets, pushing him out through the choke point, but both players extremely weak here. Now the vision's popped, going for the rail. There's the peeker from CNZ, not able to land the shot, takes it down eventually, does Sparty. Hits a great rail as well. CNZ is so weak, and oh look, there's the mega right behind him.
All perfectly timed and coordinated there from CNZ, and Heavy still up. Just waiting to see if Sparty's going to push on forward. Does a tickle of damage with the LG, but it's enough to keep Sparty away. But of course, Sparty backed away knowing that Whole point of him being there is to try and contest a heavy. As soon as it's picked up, back Swain picks up the light for himself. Stacks are equal. Heavies, sorry, Meg's up in the next 4 seconds, but Sparty just overstayed his welcome. A tad trying to get away from the last initial rocket. Does actually spawn again near that tripod. Hits are a great rail again from CNZ, as I mentioned earlier. Just continuing the magic from where we left off a couple weeks ago. That just would have been dirty if he was able to hit that. But again, has Sparty pinned, but Sparty's actually double backed here. CNZ predicted it. The audio once again just dodges that last rail, and then Sparty gets taken down straight away as he went through the TP.
Yeah, this is becoming a little brutal here. Down 4 and just rails from CNZ. We'll miss that one. Still fighting. Sparty has an opportunity swapping to rockets. CNZ says enough of this. Just trying to put the bead on Sparty, and he does, and the peeker to finish. Beautifully played, and oh look, again, there's a mega. But the split now, this might give an opportunity for Sparty to grab the heavy if he realizes, but I don't think he does as he's sitting above, and he might get LG'd for his troubles. Rocket switch. Oh my god, the nail gun Sparty came up huge.
Oh, it certainly did indeed, and he's only looking for 4 frags, but Sparty's just any kind of sign or signal wherever CNZ, he just have to push it no matter what disadvantageous position he's going to place himself in here. There's 90 seconds left, but against a Shog, we know what it's like here for you. It's just asking for trouble at this point. Mega's still up, so he will have the bigger stack, but these frags have to be clean. As he's now just backing away on that heavy stairs, but you can see that Sparty just trying to catch up, and it looks like CNZ decided to, instead of trying to get away, as he decided to just stay there, back away, hoping for Sparty just makes a rotation round, and then he can just double back, but instead, good read from Sparty, knowing that there's a potential chance that he may just hold his ground.
Sparty with the vision trying to make the appropriate read. CNZ playing very cautiously, playing off the sound as he should. Just has to hug the ropes for 50 seconds to maintain this 3 frag lead and take map number 2. Sparty on the hunt now. No vision. Here's the jump pad, and again, battling, as you said, the speed of Strog is going to be a huge pain. And I don't think he's going to be able to do it, unfortunately, Lethal.
He certainly can't. Absolutely not at this point, especially with that rocket jump, and even then that last rocket coming out from CZ just backs him away just for additional damage. CZ actually cleans him up after all that, but we can all agree that Sparty's heart wasn't really in it, especially after that first failed rocket jump. But Ian, CNZ takes it, so your prediction's right, Foley. I'll give you that. I'll give you that for now.
Not bad, but Sparty still has an opportunity to at least put a map on the board, but CNZ looking very, very strong here. 9-4 will be the final score on map number 2. So the set goes to CNZ, looking to add to 3 and to add the clean sweep. But Sparty, I mean, he's not looking terrible. It's a matter of decision making, and I still feel like the fact that he's not hitting the rails that he usually pops off with is a huge factor to this.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. I completely agree. And the way Sparty was playing at the start was so well thought out. So in terms of strategy, just had it all in place. Just heavily delayed that heavy. Prioritized the kill every single time after that first frag, knowing that, of course, CNZ didn't have the weapons in his arsenal. But once again, as soon as CNZ had the stack and heavily segregated the items, or continued the segregation after where Sparty left off, that was it. It was pretty much a done deal, and CNZ making sure that it wasn't the fact that he was eating up all the light armors, it was just keeping Sparty's distance away from him every single time. And Sparty, don't get me wrong, tried to contest the Mega on the odd occasion, but it was just taking way too much damage, and especially around that T-junction. It was a tough road here for Sparty, but he definitely performed a lot better compared to that first map on Insomnia, and you can see that 56% with the rail there from CNZ. Not bad, not too shabby.
Not bad. I mean, taking a look, the damage is about even between the two, but usually Sparty hits at least 50-60%. That would have put him maybe at, 1.6k damage. So I feel like that is the difference maker on that map specifically. But you have to wash that all away as we go into map number 3, and this is the one we kind of had our eye on. Deep Embrace. It'll be BJ versus Scale. CNZ already has the set in the bag, looking for a little bit of extra cash. Sparty, of course, looking for a W. Of course, 2-1, not what you want, but any map is good to have in your pocket. So we'll see if he could pull it out, if he still has that energy, or if he's just a little bit too, I don't know, frustrated. Sometimes that can happen, but we'll see. Every map is a new opportunity, Lethal.
It certainly is, and it's very difficult to switch styles like that from a very defensive posture with the kill on Insomnia to, you know, just not all-out aggression, but it's like I said, strategic aggression coming up from CNZ. He played it very, very well indeed, and that's exactly how you got to play runes. You've seen players like Avek and Rafa play runes in quite a similar fashion, so I have to see if he does get them up against one of those two opponents in the future. But yeah, it's going to be tough, but for CNZ, I'm pretty sure he should guarantee himself at least top 8 now, but he's already got the series victory. Well, so, you know, again, not too shabby, as I mentioned before. But you're right, though. Sparty does need a map win, you know, because, you know, in terms of seeding, yeah, you need the best seed possible, because the top 4 are just ruthless, aren't they? Let's be real. They are absolutely ruthless. I wouldn't even say the top 4, probably top 6, top 8, just in general.
It's a league full of killers, is what it is, Lethal.
That's the best way
Anybody
to
can
put it,
win
yeah.
any given Saturday, so we'll see. But again, this map, as you said, pretty important, pretty crucial for Sparty. We'll see if he could bounce back. The chat, ruthless, though. I think if I took a look at the predictions, they're kind of going up, Sparty, but 69, nice, to 31% for CNZ. So the people have spoken. They think this might be a clean sweep. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the scale bear is strong. I know DJ Wheat is shaking his head like, what in the hell are you doing, CNZ? But we'll see. We'll see. We'll have 10 minutes of on display to maybe prove Wheat wrong.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
We'll see.
We'll see. I don't blame the chat now edging more towards CNZ, not just because of the first 2 maps, but his play gets a scale against the BJ. The Doomslayer's not even involved in this matchup. So, you know, the slight chance of mobility is not going to be there, but of course, like we mentioned before, he does have to deal with that extra damage when he contests for some of his items, especially around the heavy area. But a scale on Deep Embrace, it's going to be tough here for Sparty. It certainly is. But like I said, a map win is a map win. Every map counts here. Every little helps, so to speak, here. We are going to be kicking off on Sparty's PFV to see what he's going to be up to in terms of the mischief here with the LG. Already taken a bit of damage already. Brings out the duel with the LG, but just looking to get that initial rail, but he missed it twice. And Sparty comes out on top of that little scuffle and gets the lead.
And the catastrophic part was CNZ still used the bull rush to try and escape, but it was way too late, so now he doesn't have that, but he does have a great rail shot there to put Sparty in railable range, and just in the nick of time, he grabs 225s, and he'll be able to make his way back to the Mega. But yeah, big start there for Sparty, but this is a faster map. Delicious jumping rail there from Sparty. Serving it up hot and fresh, trying to pre-fire a little bit, knowing exactly where CNZ is. He's pinned behind that, but CNZ evens it up a little bit with a rail of his own, and now the dual wield's going to go to waste, just trying to put the fear of God in him, Lethal, but no damage.
This is the issue, not having rockets, especially on a map like Deep Embrace. There's so many... He knew that as well. He full well knew that he could stay there for as long as he likes, and if he gets approached, he can rocket him himself. He's got all the damage in the world. Sparty read that as well straight afterwards when he realised that he's just going to sit back and just not really move a muscle. And I don't blame him for dropping down really from top mid. He had to give up that map control. Heavy and Mega still segregated quite early on. Heavy's up in the next 12 seconds. It's a matter of how they're both going to approach this. A good LG damage from Sparty, though. It seems they're looking to try and get this light armor, but the amount of Tribolt damage, 60, and just using it again, gives himself information as well. Pushes on forward. It's going to be a trade here.
Sparty worked so hard for that. It's unfortunate that that was a trade, but still has the 1 frag lead and a lot of nail damage, putting it down, but too much stack. Can't chew through it all. CNZ ties it up at 2, and now we're starting to get this frag fest. Oh no! The rocket splash sends him packing. Oh, Sparty, not like this.
It's not often you see it with a rocket, but... oh,
just a tiny little boop, and that's all you need sometimes, Lethal.
That is true. That almost happened again, actually. But he bounces straight back to try and contest. And Sparty's actually in a very good spot in order to pick up this heavy, but he took the damage from the previous rocket there. Ah, lovely rail. Good read, good prediction there from Sparty. Trying to hit another on the spawn. He's not going to go for the second. He's looking to get another angle to see what he can do in order to bag this Mega. That's if he can, though, because he is on the low ground. He could be able to get away with it here, which he does. So good stuff here from Sparty to try and bring some kind of essence in this matchup to try and continue this aggression coming out from Sparty. Great LG, but he's off again.
Threw him out the club. Now it's a dash for the rail. Sparty decides to go up the stairs, and now he's not going to have a weapon except for the machine gun, and that's an easy one for CNZ. Not as easy as the jump, though, but he does double back. He's able to grab it and a little bit of rocket ammo for his troubles. Up ones. Again, we see the tempo speed up here. Sparty needs to be careful. He's using that dual wield LG trying to get some damage, but he took so much initial damage. Can he make his way onto the Mega?
Oh, he's struggling. He's still got to have a machine gun. Is hoping to just 1 or 2 ticks of damage would have secured it, but no, just not going to happen. That missed rail was going to cost him, but that's going to help him massively here, and he hits the second one straight after with Sparty now. Going to be able to pick up that heavy. No, oh, nicely. As I say that though, just struggled a tad after the LG, but he's going to push straight on forward. He knows he's still weak from the previous fights, even after picking up the heavy. And Sparty does take himself down. He's basically saying, if you're going to try and take me down, I'm going to take myself down.
Absolutely horrible spot to be caught in against the scale there, and Sparty does take down Sparty. Trailing by 1 now, but things heating up on this map as Sparty slowing things down, knowing that Heavy's up, just trying to figure out if he can attack and trying to grab a rail for his troubles. His percentage at 58% on this map. That's definitely going to help. The scale bear a little bit easier to hit. That's a great shot from Sparty there. We'll get another one as CNZ misses the jump, and now he's in dire straits. As the 225s will be taken. Nope, he doesn't even need to. Sparty with a nice bait. Bull Rush is gone as well, and he ties it at 5. So Sparty fully in control right now. Big split between the items with that rail. Sends it almost down the sinkhole. Rail returned, and now, wow, CNZ heating up. Dual wield pop already. Preemptively, and he just keeps eating rails lethal. He needs to stop. No, he can't!
As if he ate the last one as well, and he's going to get a free heavy from that. Mega's up in the next 10 seconds. Sparty's in a good position, but he needs to do a fair amount of damage in order just to keep him away and just at least be able to keep his distance and secure this Mega. He's actually just bouncing straight up, but he's taken an 87 from the last rocket. Almost walked into that rail, but does, and of course, but they're using the Bull Rush just to for extra insurance picking up that Mega, but he's in position again to pick up the heavy. 10 seconds, so much coming out from Sparty. Some great rockets. Just going to try and clean him up with the heavy machine gun. He does that as he sees fit. Picks up the heavy now and needs to try and again just keep these weapons out of the hands of CNZ.
Yeah, beautiful sequence there from Sparty, but the shotgun around the corner waiting, and the CNZ just so much damage with the buckshot. Takes that frag back and the lead.
Certainly does. It's going to bounce back up to top mid, looking to go for the light, but will be greeted by Sparty there. Picks up the Mega. Anyways, tickles him a tad, but a nice amount of damage with the rockets as well. Nice little 44 just to retaliate. The 87 from the last one here, just going underground here with these rockets. And the amount of LG damage is just pure filth once more. Trying to get away, not going to happen as CNZ extends his lead, but might actually catch him. No, he does not, but very, very close.
Oh, and the Bull Rush, and that is just a pain train right there as CNZ laying it on thick, up 3, 6 minutes in. Sparty needs to try and slow it down. He doesn't have any weapons to work with except for shotgun and a dream, and there's the dual wield, but around the corner, okay! Catches him out, CNZ with nowhere to go. Sparty, glimmer of hope right now.
Yeah, plenty of time left on the clock. 3 minutes 45. As both players have a 7 stack, but it looks like CNZ, he doesn't have time before. He's just diving on with the LG. Not really caring in the world what weapon selection he has going forward. As he picks up light, though, he's going to see if he can stay alive. No, he doesn't. I think that was a direct there from Sparty in order to keep himself, or just keep this match as competitive as possible. Just going to go top mid, but again, greeted by CNZ. It's just a complete and utter bloodbath here.
Love it. Love to see it here. CNZ might go down. Oh. Okay, that's one way to do it, right in the chest. Sparty ties it at 10. Going to make his way onto the heavy. Now with that frag, CNZ did grab the Mega. Sparty adding a bit of a delay, trying to get an initial rail, knowing that CNZ doesn't have a lot of weaponry to work with on that side of the map.
Yeah, even after that heavy pickup, it's going to drop it down to see exactly on the whereabouts of where CNZ's lurking. Realize he's still on Mega. A little bit of control, a good rocket, so he needs to engage now. Yeah, perfect stuff there. Mega's going in the next couple of seconds. He just missed a pixel from where CNZ was spawning, but this is good, much better. He was 4 frags down with 3 minutes 45 left. Now he's looking much better with 2.5 minutes left remaining. Stacks are equal. He's just instead just prioritizing heavy machine gun to get some guaranteed damage, just back away from the Bull Rush, or pushed away, shall we say. Both players very uncharacteristic, both missing their rails after the amount of rails they hit him previously. At one stage, I think Sparta was on 61% with CNZ on 48. And this time both are going to engage once more. Again, just a complete slugfest. Neither player is backing down. You can understand from CNZ's perspective, going for the trade with the starting stack, but Sparta just equaling it up.
Yeah, laying it on thick there. Unfortunately missing out on the Mega, but able to steal away the light. Now trying to battle for this heavy. Sparty with a lot of tri-ball damage. CNZ needs to be careful. He shouldn't even be here. Next rail's going to win between these two. And there it is. Sparty plants him. CNZ just really wanted that heavy at all costs, and it cost him a frag here. But now spawns back with a big stack and a big shotgun here. Sparty needs to be careful. Delicious rocket. Now he gets away, and no, CNZ committed fully, and that's going to cost him another one.
Yeah, he probably had a feeling he was going to do it as well, considering he was 2 frags behind, but maybe a bit too over-aggressive for his luck. And he knows Bull Rush isn't available, so he can do whatever he likes at this stage, especially with the duo. The good LG again, but stacks are equal once more. Sparty just... Oh, beautiful stuff again from Sparty. And it looks like it's almost a done deal here. 1 or 2 more frags for Sparty, and this should be a winning victory for him. Ah, oh, there we go. That's pretty much guaranteed. That should be the winning frag.
Beautiful, beautiful sequence. Oh no, and he gets knocked up the jump pad, but he might be able to steal this lethal. Not that I think it's going to make much of a difference here. But it is an opportunity. 5 frags, less than 50 seconds. We've seen crazy things happen. This might be a little too crazy here as he does try and catch him off guard, but Sparty's so smart. Just laying down a rocket around the corner just in case. You know, let me clear my corners. And it comes up big for him as he takes the 6th frag lead. And he should be able to take this map with ease here. Grabbing another one, CNZ in dire straits. Can't do anything but try and put up a fight. But Sparty shows us he's got some fight left in him.
Certainly does. Even though he's a little bit late to the party, at least he managed to pick up map number 3 against CNZ. Just to, like I said, every map matters here, especially with the seeding going forward into QuakeCon. And Sparty, you know, he was asleep the first couple of maps, but he's definitely woken up in this 3rd one. But it will be his last as well. It's going to be GG's for both players. CNZ does get the last initial frag. It could be 18-11 in favour of Sparty, but that was much, much better. As the first couple, maybe it wasn't really... forced into a style or approach which he just wasn't really too keen on, but he flared up massively in that last map. He was a shadow of his former self the first 2 maps, but this time round he was again much better. 51% hit percentage from the rails from like a Sparty, 40 from CNZ. Of course, we've got to take the hitbox into account, but no, well played from both. It was like I said, an absolute slugfest from the first 7 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the most heartbreaking thing about all of this is that Wheat was right. Papa is always right, apparently. As scale falls a little bit short on this one, Sparty with some good plays. We take a look at the highlights. And so, yeah, 1 map on the board, not too bad. Sparty's going to want a 3-0, as everybody does. But the first map, I'll still go back. Maybe I'll chat with him later and be like, so Anarchy on Insomnia first pick? How's that?
You're not wrong, but it makes you wonder, like, what would be a good counter, like, against the likes of a kill, like, especially on Insomnia, like maybe a Strog, like at least you've got a mobility there, but you've got stack as well. Maybe even with the peak, like you have to feed yourself information. Like when you're at that point against a kill in Insomnia, it's all about surgically dissecting the map, isn't it? So you know, a Nyx could help, a Strog maybe with the peak is you know, a lot of thoughts, you know, going into it. But I think over time, especially the next few months, the meta will establish a little bit more in terms of champion picks. But I'd be interested to see exactly what the even the top dogs in this competition too. See what champion they select in the future against the kill.
Very, very excited to see who dares disrupt the Keel pick. But yeah, 18-11, Sparty puts one up on the board. And yeah, that's it for the first set. It feels like a long time. You know, it feels like it took a long time. I apologize. Nyx apologizes. But it's going to be a little bit of a shorter day today, but don't be a sourpuss. We'll be right back with more Quake action coming your way. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Quake Pro League. I am 40 Lines, joined by laughing Lethal, apparently. Lethal, it's good to see you again. We just finished up the first set of the day between CNZ and Sparty, and now we have Nosfa versus Avek.
Yeah, a bit of a shame for Sparty. He just arrived a little bit too late, didn't he, in terms of like showing his, full skill set, so to speak, especially with the rails. But managed to get that one map win in the end, even though it's a 2-1 victory for CZ. But yeah, this is dangerous territory now for Nosfa against Avik. I think one thing we can say for Nosfa is going to be happy with the fact that in terms of Avik's style, very, very aggressive, adapts extremely well across the board. And Nosfa just needs to, again, just adapt the same amount. But the problem is the fact that he's been running a stronger bus, I tell you. He's had a couple of 3-0s losing to. He's only had one win, and that was against Dramas back in week number 3. And he's, in terms of the 3-0s, it was a little bit of a surprise, really, in terms of who he's actually lost to in the past. He did struggle in Sparty, funny enough. He lost to him 2-1. He lost to CNZ as well, 3-0. CNZ's just been on a tear, pretty much, let's be honest. And this is where he needs to start really, not to step up his game. We know it's going to be a struggle for him to win this series as well, but at least a map win, or maybe 2, if he can even take it, will definitely do him some wonders here to try and get up on the leaderboard, because he's looking quite close to the bottom, which is something we wouldn't expect from Nosfa, considering how dangerous he was last season.
Yeah, I mean, coming off an 0-3 versus Kilson, and now you have Avik. I mean, someone who's disputably just as good, if not better, than Kilson. So, yeah, rough couple weeks for Nosfa here. And, yeah, you got to wonder, can he bounce back? I mean, Avik is absolutely one of the greatest players to ever touch the game. So, big mountain to climb for Nosfa here. Interesting to see, and as always, the pick bands might give us some more insight as to what we might see and what are the odds, so to speak, as we take a look. And Lethal, as always, please run us through it.
Okay, I've already seen Ruins and Vale. Avik is happy with both those maps. It's probably some of his strongest maps statistically. But then again, Nosfa selected Ruins as well. So maybe he's trying to, maybe it's something we don't know. Maybe it's something he wants to try and say to Avik, basically trying to mention to him that I'm almost as good, maybe, if not better, with the Sorlag on Ruins versus the Anarchy here. That heavy versus light champion matchup. Again, it's going to be Avik just playing the range game, playing the distance, playing the chip damage, and contest those items at the most unorthodox angles possible. And very quick to the mark as well. So we'll have to see how he progresses there. And in terms of the meta with the Veil Scales being banned, completely understandable from Avik. I don't blame him at all in the slightest. And he does have the Ison versus Galena. So very, very standard indeed. I mean, going on to Blood Covenant, and funny enough, we don't see the Athena bans at all, during the first 2 maps. It seems like in the end, Nosfa does get away with selecting Athena. Definitely one of the strongest champions in Blood Covenant, but of course, Slash is almost equally as good in terms of the mobility and maybe able to dictate the pace somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the reemergence of Blood Covenant in the map pool this season, and I said, light champions are more playable, and there they are. We get Athena versus Slash. We do have to wait until the very last map, but very, very excited to see that one. Starting off on Ruins, I mean, the stack, right? We kind of ran into that on the first map. Heavy versus light is never in your favor, but Avik, of course, a pro, has to have something up his sleeve. Might be a bit of a mountain to climb on that specific matchup, and then a little even on Veil, like you said. So let's get down to it, Lethal. Predictions, what do you think?
I'm going to... Do you know what? I'm going to say Avik 3-0. I'm calling it. I think it's going to be 3-0.
You're a crazy person.
Sorry.
No.
It just... When I saw the maps, I was like, oh no. I had my head in not shame, but just oh dear, in terms of what I mentioned. But like I said, Nosfa actually selected Ruins. So maybe he thinks he can do one over Avik. I don't know. We'll find out somewhat, but statistically, as I already mentioned, Avik is very good on Ruins, very good on Veil. Blood Covenant, of course, he's been around almost the same length of time as Blood Covenant has been since day one as of the Quake scene, so he's gonna be very familiar with the matchup, and even using the Slash, he's just gonna be a little bit cautious about the grapple from the Athena in terms of being approached for some of his items. So like I said, element of caution depending on the choke points, which of course Nosfa could trap him in around rockets, depending on how he's going down and which corridor where how, especially around LG and the light, but we'll see. But again, it has Avik's name written all over this series, I feel.
I want to agree with you, but I also have to split the desk because that's just what I do. So I'm going to go with Nosfa, but I think 2-1. And I know everyone in chat is like, you're crazy. And I might be. I think coming off an 0-3 with Kilson, I think he's just got that fire. That lightning in a bottle is going to get popped. I don't think it's going to be a blowout by any means. I think it's going to be very, very close. But I just have this feeling, and it could be horrifically wrong. It could be aggressive diarrhea. Lethal, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I just feel like 2-1 Nosfa. That is going to be my vote. And chat, you don't even get predictions, so I don't know what else to say. So that's what I'm going with, just to split the desk. We'll see. I mean, this could be just an absolute slaughter, but hopefully we get close games and we get some clinching action. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe an overtime, maybe a sudden death lethal. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some clench moments, so to speak. There definitely will be. Like, I think Blood Covenant has that written all over it, like, in terms of the champion picks especially. They're going to be in each other's faces quite a lot. But yeah, it's like I said before, with the first 2 maps, I feel like Avik is going to be really happy about that. He's probably thinking, oh, that's nice and Nosfa to select him for me and ban the champions I'm not really too fussed about. That's fine. you go on right ahead. That's probably fine with him. But I do feel like it's still going to be a close affair. Like, these matches will be close as a scoreline, especially on the likes of Vale. But again, with that Galena versus Aizen matchup, that's why the Galena is so good. It's to keep Aizen off his pedestal and it not being a statue around top mid, around Tri-Bolt and the Mega. That's one of the main reasons for it. But again, forced him to approach that rail room because, of course, normally if you don't have a Galena to kind of counteract what Aizen's up to, doesn't really need to approach you that much unless your opponent's extremely weak and you choose the correct path in order to trap your opponent. But apart from that, though, we are going to go to Ruins. This is, like I said, it's going to be a solo versus the Anarchy, and I'm sure that Avik's going to be planning something up his sleeve or wherever he's going to do it. But, got to keep your distance, chip damage, rails, range game, do what you can, and then just walk all over your opponent as you can, as you see fit. And, of course, avoid those trades with starting stacks of the Sorlag.
Completely agree. We'll see who wins the Battle of the Fortress on map number 2. But first, like you said, start off on Ruins. It's going to be Sorlag versus Anarchy. We got Nosfa, we got Avik, and we got more Quake coming right live and direct to you on this beautiful Saturday. I haven't even looked outside. I don't know what the weather's like, but I know that it's going to be fragging weather here in the servers. We're going to start off on Nosfa's POV, and he's got that sorbet.
Indeed, picks up the Mega, picks up the Rockets, hasn't got the LG or real to his name as of yet, which is perfectly fine. He's just making a rotation round so that he can secure them without being tickled in any way from the damage protocol from Avik directly above him. We'll hear the rail picked up though, so that's going to give Avik the indicator here. He's just going to stand his ground, just have to spit if he wants to try and keep or help keep Avik away. Both players do miss the initial rail. Mega is up, but so will Heavy any second now, and it looks like Avik still just waiting around LG, but decides to back away, and he's going to be going for the Mega, and it will mean the items will be slightly segregated. So whoever picks up the Heavy first will have room or winnable opportunity in order to try and do something here, but good Rocket, good LG to boot straight afterwards here. Avik just staying alive the best as he can. It's Nosfa decides just to back away and picks up the light. Understandable. Is he going to make the rotation round to see if he can catch him, go for the light, and he does. Misses the first rail though. And just going to try and secure this with the LG. Play it safe, just for extra insurance, and there we go. After the first minute play, dives on straight. Avik, will he be able to get the trade though? Even if he does, he's going to be diving for the split, but it doesn't matter. Nosfa comes out on top.
Not bad play at all. There's the rocket jump, catches him out again. Nothing is safe for Avik. Is a huge start for Nosfa, and the rail as well. He is popping off right now, Lethal.
It's like these players hear my prediction and they just want to do the opposite. It's just unbelievable.
Or conversely, it's like they hear my prediction and they're like, you know what, 40's a handsome man, why don't we do that? But either way, there's still a lot of game left to play. Not even 2 minutes in right now, but Nosfa just keeps hitting all the damage he needs.
I've in chat right now, probably quite happy that the channel point system wasn't available for this first map, so it's fine. We've done you guys a favour back at home. It's all good. As Heavy,
we're always looking out for you.
Seconds. This is it, exactly. We are looking out for chat. Of course we are. As now, Avik just was trapped in the courtyard, but two back-to-back rounds there from Avik. He can definitely approach his Heavy as he sees fit. He's got that clear signal to push on down. Only problem is, though, for Nosfa's to Avik does have time to rocket jump up or let's go for that Mega. Nosfa realizes this, got a little bit of stack recovered, but still needs to pick up a couple more lights in order to be able to re-engage here. And he needs to do it quick. He's already bifrags behind. The split does come out, does hit the initial rail. And lucky for him, Mega's up. He does have to inject in his back pocket to use. So of course, Nosfa does trade, but oh my god, the amount of damage coming out from Avik then.
Big damage there from Avik, and this is kind of the opening, the opportunity, right? You get the frag, you get decent damage off the spawn. Your opponent still doesn't have a lot of weaponry, but it might not matter as Nosfa's just hitting all these rails. He does go 3 for 3, but the inject saves his life, and the machine gun to end it. Nosfa, what are you on? I mean, I know it was lightning in a bottle, but damn! I'm
just happy Nosfa's playing the way he's playing at the moment. It's like I said in previous matchups, it doesn't really seem to be playing like himself, but this is what we expected from Nos for week 1, didn't we? Like, this is exactly what we wanted to see. And already showing a little bit of Quake gymnastics there, just dropping down 4 that heavy. Will take a bit of damage from the rails, but at least he managed to pick up the heavy nonetheless. 10 seconds until the mega, 3.5 minutes have passed. I kind of feel like it's already been an entire matchup considering what we've seen from the bloodbath of both these players and the amount of back-to-back frags Nosfa got previously over the first couple of minutes. Looks like Nosfa's just completely leaving the Mega alone. Realises this. Avik has managed to pick it up. It's just seeing if he's going to be around. 50 HP though. And it's not that he just burns it. At least he hits the first rail. And is he going to stand? Oh, he just caught him. Must have literally got the pixel of his arm as he's backing away from that heavy jump pad.
Just trim the tail on that one a little bit, Lethal. As does put a second frag on the board. For those playing the home version, pings are relatively even. 130 for Nosfa, 111 for Avik. It's not really in anyone's favor, per se. As Mega is back up, Avik's going to leave it up in favor of the light and misses the rail. He's able to double back without issue as the heavy waiting for Nosfa. Sorbet looking real thick right now as we're getting closer and closer to the 5-minute mark. And Avik has to play this patiently just as he is. Trying to come back from 4 frags down. Big rail there from Nosfa. Going through the telly, a little bit presumptuous here. Big rockets from Avik. The inject to save his life, a little bit of LG, and it is enough, but so much damage. And the inject being forced out. Needs to be careful off the spawn. The tri-bolt as Nosfa tries to make some magic happen there. Just wants to get that frag, knowing how weak Avik is. But he does survive. Items are traded again, and Avik kind of survived that respawn threat, and now he has the momentum, potentially, to add another frag to his count.
Inject earlier definitely saved his backside. Just going by hit percentages as well. 60% for Nosfa and 40% for Avik in terms of rail percentages. Something you'd assume would be the opposite way around. Good direct, misses the second rail row. If they are going to continue to engage here, Nosfa now just trying to back away, but it's all for the heavy though. He may just have to try and burn it here, and Nosfa at least takes him down. That was huge for him to not keep himself in this matchup, but just keep a nice, healthy lead. And
what?
Oh my god, the rail just then. If he hit another one, it just blew my mind, but misses the second one. So, but that first one.
No, shut it down. Shut it down. That was insane. That legitimately was absolutely insane.
It certainly was. I completely threw me off. Avik was just trying to get just a sprinkle of damage as he approached the Mega, but didn't expect us the rail to slap him in the face. Because again, it's Avik's weak once more, but time is of the essence here. 44 minutes left. Avik needs to try and do something quick. I've seen him do some miraculous things on this map in the past. I remember him being 10-1 down against Kilson and then almost bring it back. But with a champion like Anarchy, I'm not too sure if he's going to be able to do it, but 5 frags left, 3.5 minutes left on the clock. We'll see what he can do. Let's see what he can bring to the table.
I'm still at a loss for words. I'm gobsmacked, as you might say, Lethal, at that rail. That was incredible, and I can't wait to look at that on the highlights. But we got a game on our hands right now. Avik trying to fight back 5 frag deficit here, but Nosfa's just looking too sweet right now, hitting 62% rail on an Anarchy. Avik able to plan him with that follow-up, but still a lot of work, 4 frags down.
So there's an Avik looking to see the possibilities of where Nosfa's lurking. Nosfa making the right move, so to speak. Right decisions. His decision making seems to be on par. It looks like he's just looking to slow this down really early, like with 3 minutes left to spare. But against a player like Avik, I'm not too sure if you want to try and do that as of yet. So then Nosfa's going to back away. Avik's got the read, hits the rails, going to go back up the jump pad to see if he can hit another, and he's going to be caught in the courtyard area, but he doesn't mind about the split. But that was a huge rail, but in the end, Avik still comes out on top. Done quite a lot of damage. Could try and go for the trade, but not with the LG looking as lovely as it is from Avik on the high ground. Just daring him to go up the jump pad or the TP, but realises it's still there, the LG. It's going to leave the Mega for now, but it's going to pick up as the heavy has just been That's just popped, and Nosfer has picked it up. So it's going to give Nosfer some room to breathe here, but I still think it's a little bit too early to slow this down.
Yeah, Nosfa's just trying to stay alive. Almost got baited into another frag at that rail right off the spawn. He does need to be careful of that. There's the preemptive spit trying to fight for this Mega a little bit too early here, and Avek can just take the fight without even being in danger of the spit. Nosfa trying to bully his way onto it a little bit too early, and that's another frag for Avek, so Nosfa has to be extremely careful. Less than 2 minutes remaining, 2 frags down. Avek not quite landing the float from Nosfa on the LG, but does grab the heavy and can try and turtle up a little bit, ever so slowly, but it's still going to be risky with a minute 30 on the board.
Yeah, that was the right move by Avik. He would have caught with his trousers down, he would have used the inject mid-fight. It just wouldn't have worked in his favour. He would have no inject to try and claw his way back from 3 frags, so that's perfectly understandable. Now he's just trying to at least catch him. He has done with the first direct, but he wills him literally just straight through the telly. Nosfer is on 36 HP though. Using the spit preemptively once again for that defensive purposes in order to guarantee that heavy. But in the end, though, Avek is just going to be all-out aggression now. He has absolutely no choice, no matter what weapons he's got in his arsenal.
And that rocket pickup is huge because Nosfa now has defensive rockets if he wants. Avek just has to go in with a shotgun rail and a dream, and he can't do it. And it looks like Nosfa is able to topple Avek on at least map number 1 here. Huge performance from Nosfa, just popping off with the rail, and that really was the difference maker here.
I can't believe your prediction is coming to fruition. It's absolutely ridiculous. Avik does manage to get 1, still needs to find 3 more in the next 30 seconds, but there's no way he's going to be able to get these next 3 frags as cleanly as he would like to, especially after that first missed rail. Sadly, Nosfa will take him down, which does mean that Nosfa will be taking the 2nd map in this series. Where is this Nosfa the first few weeks, boy? Where's he gone?
I don't know. I don't know, but it's always interesting to see. I really think that, you know, after going 0-3 versus Kelson, he was like, look, this can't happen. And there's the bounce back. So map number 1 in his pocket. Still a lot of Quake left to play. 2 maps between these two. Avek has more than enough time to bounce back. But a strong start from Nosfa, for sure.
Certainly was. The damage was very similar, actually. 126 damage between the two. That's how close it was. And in terms of rail percentages, I did say previously, you'd think it's the opposite way around. Nosfa had 61 against an Anarchy. He was really on form, really, in terms of his aim skill and just holding the angles, just predicting where Avek's going to go. Fantastic stuff. I kind of debated him playing it really slow over those last few moments, because it's like I mentioned before, like Avik on this map, which is when he's on an absolute tear and is absolute running, you can't get away from it. Like literally ever since that time against Kilson, it must have been like 18 months ago, and I still bring up even to this day, it was just unbelievable what Avik can do on these largest scaled maps. But in the end, good comeback from Avik, but Nosfa was able to put a stop to his aggression, played it a lot more methodically towards the last couple of minutes, and it really showed how much he's progressed in this matchup, looking for that 3-0 potentially.
Yeah, just crazy start, really strong start. I still can't get over that rail shot. That needs to be in the highlight reel. I don't care if it's in the official one. It'll be in mine as we take a look at the damage summary there for map number 1. Again, Nosfa coming out on top, 11-7 over Avek. Maybe blowing some minds. I don't know. Hard to tell because the predictions weren't set up. That's my bad. I don't have enough fingers to set everything up while talking and standing. It's a whole thing, Lethal. I can't multitask, but you know what we can do? We can get into map number 2 shortly, and that's going to be Galena versus Eisen on Vale. The classic. We'll see who can set up their fortress and where they choose to set it up, and if that's going to be a huge opportunity to gain a lead and some momentum. But as you said before, Galena versus Eisen, I mean, pretty standard on Vale nowadays, would you say?
Yeah, I'd probably say this is a very even matchup between the Galena and the Eisen pick. And you're right, though, you know, it's who, when, and how, and where they're going to pitch their tent and just continue to contest these items. Of course, for Avek, he has no choice. He has to drop down. He needs to kill his totems in check, which is the whole point of Galena, really, just to avoid the overstack and, you know, everything else in between. It can be very, very tough and very difficult, because every time you see an Eisen pick or a scale, etc., they always use the Galena just to keep him away from just being like I said, you know, pitching that tent, being that sitting statue around top mid or around tri-bow. It is a real nuisance, especially if you haven't got the Galena in use. If you haven't, then the Eisen can just do exactly what he wants and where he wants to go about it. He won't care in the slightest, will he?
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter where you pitch a tent. It really doesn't, Lethal. We'll see. I'm pitching a tent right now, just waiting for map number 2, because I'm ready to camp out for some frags, all right? Maybe make some s'mores. We'll see. We'll see. We are loading up. Players are getting into Vale, but yeah. I love your catchphrases so much. I just want to make a T-shirt with all of them because they're my favorite, Lethal.
Yeah, yeah. Some catchphrases are a bit.
Somebody needs to pull their finger out. I don't know where. I just know that it needs to happen eventually.
I've not used that one in a while, actually. It's,
I miss
I'll bring
it.
it back
I miss
at
it
some point.
so much.
Yeah,
I wish you understood how much I want you to say that every match.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe, well, actually, speaking of Devil, Avik does need to put his finger out in this matchup, doesn't he? Because he's 2 maps down, and it's not looking too good for him. This is definitely not what we even anticipated, but Nosfer's definitely been flavour of the week here coming into this series, and we're going to go to Vale to see what Avik can cook up here, considering the, I wouldn't say poor performances from the first 2 maps, it's just the fact that Nosfer's just playing out of his mind.
And we'll see if he can keep it up, keep the momentum going into map number 2. So Avik getting in on those rockets now, just needs a little bit of a rail to have everything at his disposal. So finally getting in on rockets, but lacks LG. And there's the battle over the LG. Big rocket there from Nosfa. Avik getting a little bit of damage. Does take care of Timmy rather quickly. Does have a totem in the pocket as well. That's going to be 2 down, so the economy for Nosfa looking pretty good for the overstack. Does steal away the Mega, and actually gets a little bit of totem damage on the way out as well.
Certainly does, as Avik is trying to make this matchup as aggressively as possible. Managed to get those 2 back-to-back rails. Was a little bit tempted, but in the end, stood strong. Made sure not to get too overzealous and tank all that damage going into TP after such great work from those previous 2 rails. As a minute has passed, Avik just finding his time to see where he can find him. Does find him in the end, though, but just tank that last rail, but repeats one of his own. Almost gets a little bit more with that tri-bolt, but instead he's going to prioritize the Mega. Perfectly understandable. Heavy has been picked up, just a few seconds between both his items here. But Avik, in terms of his decision-making and his positional advantage, great work so far.
Yeah, not bad at all. Conversely, Nosfa using the totems well. Keeping the stack as high as he can, even though he's kind of getting muscled out of some of these items right now. Does have 1 totem in the pocket, which will give him the overstack, and there it is. Galena is on fire. Almost 2 minutes in now, still not a frag on the board, but Nosfa doing a good job of controlling the heavy, at the very least. Eyeballs the Mega, but it's going to be very dangerous as Timmy is deployed up there. And you can see Nosfa just waiting out, trying to see where Avik is. There's a little bit of LG damage from below. Avik trying to land some rocket damage, does clean up the Mega, but look at that play. Just so much LG damage, Lethal.
Oh, certainly was indeed. Nosfa, though, took a little bit of time. Avik was on a bit of a tear for the first 90 seconds, as I mentioned previously. Great decision-making, good position advantage, but now he's lost that tad. Could try and stay alive, hits that next rail. He's just going to use that last totem to get the overstack, but he's already taken way too much damage for the last rocket, but he hits a direct of his own. Will he hit the rail? Yes, he does. That was lovely.
And it's just like, almost like what gives him the right. Nosfa just hitting these amazing shots, but now he's out of LG, somehow swaps to rail and still hits it. Timmy blocking the damage on that one. Nosfa has to be careful. Dead to rights. The shotgun blast will take him down, and Avik has to be so frustrated at this.
Yeah, I think anyone in their right minds will be frustrated after that. And look at this, he's going to have to overstack once again. And what I like about Nosfa's positioning again, just making the same rotations round so that Avik doesn't approach those kind of angles, especially on a heavy machine gun. But lovely LG for both players, but it looks like Nosfa's going to be one coming out on top. Heavy's coming up shortly, and he's still got all these totems up here for you.
Avik's LG is immaculate, but Nosfa's hitting 55% LG against Avik, and that's just crazy to me. Because Avik has such a good LG, only hitting 42% right now, but that rail, fantastic. Needs a little bit more, but again, if you take a look at the stacks at the top of your screen, Avik lacking armor in a bad way here. Is on the Mega, as Nosfa opts to go for the light instead. He doesn't really need a Mega. That's the brilliance of Galena. You have the overstack in your pocket. You can just play for the heavy, which is really what Nosfa's been doing. 6 heavies to Avik's 1, and as a Galena, that's kind of the benefit that you have.
He had 4 totems up at one point as Rocket Jump comes in. That lovely stuff again from Nosfa. Mine Rocket just to secure that 5th frag, but going back to what I said, how some players struggle to even have an overstack. The fact that Nosfa had 4 totems up at once, it's not something you normally see every day. Again, good LG from Nosfa, just trying to finish him off with a tri-bolt, or at least get some damage done before Avik enters that TP. But still plenty of time left for Avik to bring this back. He's only 5-0 down, but still got 5 minutes left on the clock. Avik does take him down. Finnick is his first frag. Hasn't got any rockets to his name. And hasn't got the rail either. So he hasn't got the weapons in his arsenal, but at least he can try and go for him whilst Nosfer backs away.
Does get a rail, still lacking rockets, as you said. But a good start there for Avik, getting that in a beautiful rail lineup, and he should have Nosfa here dead to rights, and there he is, picks him out as he drops down below. It's 2 for Avik now. Looking to add to the lead, has Timmy to deploy, as he does, jumping for the Mega. Pretty standard positioning there, and he's able to get the heavy, it looks like, maybe clean, as Nosfa's waiting down below, but Avik hunting a little bit, wants to clear out totems when he can, and just like that, Nosfa just flies through and steals the heavy right out from under him.
You can see Avik just doing some detective work to find out where all these totems are. He's definitely taken out a few already. This is the first rail, but Nosfa, he just doesn't want to miss. He just literally just hitting almost every single one, but Avik's put one of his own. Nosfa decides to switch things out for extra insurance just to clean them up with those rockets. Great stuff there from Nosfa. Again, just the reads once more, going from rockets to TP, just trying to cut off that rotation slightly. He's going to be picking up heavy as well, but Avik gets it just in the nick of time. And it was a clean frag from Avik, which means he can re-engage straight afterwards, wherever Nosfa may be, which is going to be near the heavy.
Luckily for Nosfa, he spawns right on top of his rocket launcher again, but Avik doing a great job of getting back into this game. That huge denial of the heavy with that LG push there. Fantastic, because we have 4 minutes left. And I don't know if chat would have predicted this. I mean, we didn't give them the chance because we care about their economy on Twitch, but 6-3, Nosfa in the lead on map number 2. Does take a little bit of damage there from Timmy. Needs to be careful. Has a totem in the pocket going through for this Mega, but that's not going to be up for 20 seconds. So Nosfa right now just trying to play around the lights, figure out where Avik is in position from there, it looks like.
Yeah, Avik now's got plenty of time and plenty of room to bring this, or at least make a comeback and see where we can go from there. He's just switching down to rockets, and Avik reads this. He's making sure to continue contesting his artists, get full control. Once he's picked up the heavy, that's when he's going to be a little bit more overzealous and try and progress to areas on the map which Nosfa could be hiding, or at least trying to stay alive. And now a 2 frag deficit here as Avik just going to LG damage, bounce up straight afterwards. Just back-to-back frags here coming out from Avik. Just watching this rail spawn. Nosfa's actually delayed the spawn. Avik had a little bit of a feeling he might have done so, but has found him in the rail room once more. But he's going to be picking up the Mega, contest the heavy, and then back to square one for Nosfa.
Yeah, and Avik looking a lot more comfortable now, hitting a ton of LG, playing aggressive when he needs to. Should have this one as well. Big rockets, can't quite finish it. A little bit of tickle, and there it is, tied at 6. Avik clawed his way back, and he's looking very strong right now, Lethal.
He certainly is. You can have all the aim skill in the world, but the way Avik's adapted in making these great decisions and these great reads over wall, it's a little bit unstable here for Nosfa. Nosfa's just struggling to try and at least control the tempo of his matchup, because he was dictating the pace after the 2-minute mark. It was Avik at first, but then Nosfa just went absolutely ham, especially with that huge overstack. Now Avik is still after blood, wants to try and get a little bit more done. Hasn't got any armor to his name as of yet. Heavy's now up, but Mega's going up in the next 10 seconds. And he's looking to pick up the light first before being able to contest this heavy. It's been up for a while here, as he's prioritizing the kill to see if Nosfa would make a mistake. Mega's going up any second now. Good rocket jump, good rockets to follow. And again, Avik just making the magic happen. Now up by 1 frag previously, with that from that 3 frag deficit.
Just gorgeous rocket jump into beautiful rockets from Avik there, taking the lead. Just really well done. And now the TP play from Nosfa. He gets caught out from behind. He should go down here, hanging by a thread. Still alive somehow, but there it is, finally. It was only a matter of time. So Avik up 2. Might be able to add another one. But Nosfa in dire straits right now.
Certainly is. 1:15 left, both from equal stacks. Oh, that first one just barely missed, but at least it gets to 61 to 46 next time round. This could be a cue for Avik to try and extend it to 3. The rail is definitely going to help massively. But he's still been a little bit cautious. I like this though. You could fact that Nosfa just assuming he's going to come out all guns blazing. And instead, he didn't. Just biding his time, just waiting for that next rail shot.
Yeah, Avik doesn't need to force anything right now. He needs to be careful, in fact, on what he drops for. And there it is. He drops for the heavy shotgun rail from Nosfa into rockets, and it's enough with 5 HP. The weapon switch took so long off the spawn. He's going to get taken down immediately. And Nosfa calls GG. He knew that that frag was huge, but he took so much damage. He took so long to hit that rocket weapon switch that it cost him. Now, granted, I don't know if, you know, he might have had a slight opportunity there, but I think just a little disheartened, if nothing else, near the end there. So he calls the GG, and Avik able to battle back and grab map number 2, and we're going to the third for the decider, and it's going to be another classic. Blood Covenant, we got Athena, and we're going to have Slash. Lethal, it doesn't get much better than this.
It certainly don't. No, it was the reason why Nosfa was just trying to go for the TP with barely any HP was the fact that the only way he could come back was pick up the Mega, pick up the Light. It was coming up in just a few seconds' time. He didn't really have time to recover because, well, you've seen what Avik's like. He'll be after you to no end. It'll be a little Tom and Jerry fest there, trying to make sure to make things a little bit difficult, a little bit uncomfortable for Nosfa there. Let's look at the item pickups as well. 24 for Avik. And going for the hit percentages, Nosfa continuing what he does best, 55% with the rail. Avik had 44. But again, that was very, very good. Well played from Avik there to tie things up. And yeah, going into Blood Covenant, this should be spicy because it's going to be the Slash versus the Athena. And we don't really get to see a lot of Athena because of the fact that she gets banned a lot. And we mean a lot. And the fact that we're going to see her against the Slash should be good. Should be good.
It should be fantastic, but big shouts to Avik for clawing his way back on this one. You know, down 5 at a certain point, still able to make the magic happen and come back, staying cool, calm, and collected, and playing aggressive like that. When he knew that he had the advantage, rocket jumping, cutting off appropriately, takes map number 2, 9-7. And that'll send us to the third as the decider for the series between these two. Blood Covenant, as the predictions are rolling on in 76% in favor of Avik for this one.
Can you blame him after what we just saw there? Yeah, it was... I still think Nosfa played really well, like, considering the circumstance he put himself in towards the end. But those back-to-back frags were coming. There was a couple of bits and pieces he just didn't really expect. But for Avik, if he sees an opportunity, he's going to be all over you, isn't he? He literally will be. But this matchup I'm very much excited for. For Blood Covenant, you rarely see the Athena versus a Slash. You always see a lot of Slashes or a lot of the Athenas, but never seen both together because one of them is always banned going into Blood Covenant, and it's so annoying. It really is. But finally, we can actually see both of them playing on Blood Covenant, and yeah, that's why I was saying earlier, it's going to be a very spicy affair indeed. It's going to be not all-out aggression, but we're going to see a lot of very fast-paced, methodical plays and a lot of improvisation from both as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Spicy, 100%. Speedy, 100%. Seductive, maybe. I'm hoping. We'll see. We'll see. As this is going to be the decider again between these two for the set. We are tied 1 apiece in case you're just tuning in. And another quick look at the prediction, 70% for Avik. So it seems like the people have spoken, Lethal. It seems like they've spoken. They believe in Avik. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, Slash versus Athena, going to be speedy. We'll see. I'm trying to remember the last couple times I've seen Nosfa play Athena, and all I remember is on Awoken, his insane overtime games where he's just able to stay alive, tied like 5-all, and go into 3-4 minute overtimes and then come back and clutch it. Blood Covenant, different beast entirely, though. So it'll be interesting to see what Nosfa has in store for us with that Athena.
Nosfa's had to deal against Rafa's Athena so much in the past of Blood Covenant. He's probably thinking, yeah, I'll dabble with the Athena. Like, let's see if he can try and do something in terms of the aspects that a lot of these players with the Athena has. But Athena is definitely one of the strongest champions of Blood Covenant, and the way to counter it is either to cut off on those choke points with the rockets, or at least have a earlier preparation time for these items. But with the Slash and for Avik, this perfectly suits his style. It's going to go one of two ways. Either you can get out of hand for the likes of Nosfa, or it's just going to go all his way. It really depends on the circumstances here. So, we said before, it's going to be an absolute slugfest. It's going to be very, very speedy, as you already mentioned. And we're going to see exactly that. You don't really see these two champions come up against each other due to the bans on Blood Covenant, but I'm very, very happy to see both these champions get selected on Blood Covenant here. Just starting off from Nosfa's POV, does have the heavy machine gun if wants to do a little bit of damage. Hasn't got the rockets or the rail to his name, so we'll have to just deal with the heavy machine gun and the LG. Avik already hitting both those rails, trying to get away as he's going for the TP, and then takes himself out in the end 40.
The idea wasn't bad at all, as Avik knew that he had him weak and just wanted to push through the telly, but he couldn't do it. A little bit off target with the rocket as well, and ends up exploding himself. Nosfa in the lead, and now he has a decent stack to work with as well. No items coming up. for a while. Avik trying to get in on these rockets. It could cost him everything as Nosfa able to bounce him around, not getting big damage, but finally taking him out. 49 health after that, and after a 25 pickup. Still really weak. Still battling it out here as Avik trying to even it up and get at least one frag back.
Oh, actually caught him with his chances down, going down. In the end, he's the one committing the suicide. So we're back to 0-1. Nosfa does pick up the Mega though, and both items have been picked up. Stacks are equal. Nosfa looking to see if the light is down below near LG, but it's already been picked up earlier on due to the previous engagement they had. Will Avik drop down? No, he doesn't. Realises that he's going to be in a little bit of a bad spot. Nosfa just finding his time there, waiting for Avik to move away from the rail as soon as physically possible so he can pick up one of his own. And Avik's just on the warpath again, looking to try and clean up Nosfa, which he has done. God. Again, great stuff from Avik, dropping down with the heavy machine gun. And again, Nosfa back to 0-0 now. Back to where we started here, for you.
All even now, as Nosfa using that grapple to get on that heavy, trying to get out unscathed, maybe do a little rail damage of his own, but nothing doing. Neither player landing a shot. Nosfa trying to slow it down, makes his way over to the rockets. Avik just so smart with the cutoff, knowing he needs that item. There's the LG push as well. The nail gun won't save his life this time, as Avik takes the lead.
Certainly does. As Avik had an incredible start. Bit of a slip up with the rockets, but we understand what shenanigans he was up to. Nosfa's got a great stack to work with here to try and pressure Avik by any means necessary. Does find him no near the light. Both missed their initial shots, but of course with the hitboxes and the strafe patterns they're showing here, it's a little bit difficult. This is a great way to tie the lead. Nosfa read that perfectly. It's about predicting where Avik's going to go next. Picks up the light. Heavy's up in the next second. Both of them looking to engage. Instead, goes straight for him with the rockets, knowing that he won't expect it at all. That was beautiful.
What an aggressive play. Nosfa just hit him with the surprise, and it worked out. Pixel perfect rocket, and yeah, that was super aggressive. More of that. I'd love to see it. Lots of machine gun coming out of the telly from Avik. And again, playing his two lights, even if you pick up some items, they bruise easily, lethal. So both players need to be careful with the positioning and what they open themselves up to, as Nosfa taking some damage, able to saunter back to the heavy. Looks like items will be traded. No, Avik taking the opportunity to deal damage on this item, and that could be crucial here, as he almost got a frag off of that.
But this is what we expected before the map even began. There's some fast-paced, methodical play from both these players. Now Nosfa just looking to try and stay alive and counter the rail, but will be greeted by a rocket from Avik, who's looking to go for that and having the bigger stack. No reason why he should not. Nosfa does pick up the rockets in the rail straight away, so it's a nice little add-on there, nice little addition. Misses the first two rails though, and we know what the strafe pan can be like when someone uses heavy machine gun, but it still takes him out with 5 HP left remaining, hanging onto dear life, not just by the skin of his teeth, but also to the lead. It's only 4 minutes of play here, looking to make the rotation round to try and get behind with the rail. Here's railable, but it looks like we're not anymore after picking up that last health bubble. Good LG, but the problem is Nosfa's so weak. Needs to try and get out of there, but is he delaying the inevitable here? So Avik's just looking to see if he can try and clean up.
Nosfa gambling it all for this heavy, and he's able to make it in the good defensive rocket into LG, and that sends Avik packing. Oh, almost hits a crazy rail. Here's the cutoff for the Mega. Is it going to be enough? Good rocket into the rail. What a combo from Nosfa.
I'm so happy to see this, honestly. I'm so happy these two selected these champions on this map, and because of their style, we couldn't ask for anything more really quickly now. Just going out with the LG from Nosfa. Avik, slight disadvantage. No reason why he's backed away. Nosfa picks up the heavy, Meg's up in the next 10 seconds, but Avik has just realised he's put himself in a bit of a bad spot there. Does back away. He can't really progress towards this Mega considering his stack, and then will he be able to stay alive? That's the next question. He's
oh my god, Avik furious right now, and then he gets harpooned for his trouble, and unfortunately in the arena it's 10 minutes non-stop no matter what happens, and he gets melted again, and this has to be a tiny bit of frustration boiling over from Avik.
It certainly was, yeah. I don't know what to call it. We'll just call it the Spinneroonie for now. I think that's the But the direct as well, and Nosfer's just on the hunt now to try and finish him up. He doesn't know he is available. He wants to try and stop him from getting one of those health bubbles or light armors. No, not going to be the case. Picks up the Mega. Heavy's up in the next 15 seconds. Wait to see if Avik does return to where he previously was, just double backing, but now knows that it's just outside the TP. As Nosfer's probably feeling like Avik's just doing his heading right now, going back and forth, trying to read what Avik is trying to do here. Heavy is up though. Good rail from Avik just to keep Nosfer at bay. Stop him from contesting this Heavy. And Nosfer realizes, yeah, just pick up the light. Let's do this safely and securely and just go for that Mega.
They're completely knocking Avik off trajectory down into the catacombs of the pillar room. And Nosfa can just play this nice and patient here. Using that rail, using that tri-bolt well. Missing with the follow-up, but needs to be careful here on this Heavy, as Nosfa doesn't have any armor, but Avik in a bad way now. 7 minutes in, just about, down by 4. You're playing against arguably one of the speedier champions. Not only speed, but also just traversal of the map vertically, and it's going to be so tough to catch.
4 frags. Taking around 105 damage from that last heavy machine gun battle. And look at that, knew exactly he was going to go straight for the light, and for any other opponent, they would be like, right, let's just stand our ground and just have a stalemate here. But will he be able to still wins that last engagement? And this could be the final moments here. Avik needs to try and find 6 frags. He's got the mobility to do it, but every single one of these frags needs to be as clean as possible. But the problem is Nosfer's with the stack advantage. Nosfer's the one with the eye to control and the times here. And it could get rough. It could continue to get rough for Avik.
Nosfa, I think, just caught a glimpse of him. There's a tri-bolt, almost perfect. Just hits a little bit. Avik, unfortunately, missing the jump, and yeah, he's going to have to start doing riskier and riskier moves here to try and get back in on this, and it has to be perfect. There's a beautiful hook to stay alive. There's the rocket jump just to grab a glimpse of him, but Nosfa ready with the LG. And those are the risks that Avik has to take, and it looks like it might be dire straits as again Nosfa with the fadeaway rail. How many times have we seen that throughout the set, Lethal?
4, 5, maybe. It kind of feels like more because he's done it consistently every single time. It's extremely frustrating, but these defensive rockets from Nosfer still takes down Avik. Just absolutely unreal. And we must say that Nosfer's played this perfectly. Even still gets the direct and trades out whilst on barely any HP. Couldn't make this up here. And
just wow. What a play. What a set from Nosfa. Minute 15 now as the Mega. Ooh! He gave him a little brrr, just to scare him. No disrespect, just a little bit. Put the fear in him.
Pins. Finally managed to back off from the previous damage taken from Avik, but yeah, we all know it here. Minute left, 10 frags, not going to happen. Avik can maybe keep the score a little bit respectable, as Nosfer's just trying to keep this nice healthy lead here. It does pick up the Mega, it does get the heavy machine gun, trying to do as much as possible, but again, these defensive rockets from Nosfer, it's a huge talking point, not even in this matchup, but back in the first map when these two were at loggerheads earlier on. With 30 seconds left remaining, 9 frags, GG, understandable, as Avik did his best to try and recuperate his losses, but yeah, just lost even further.
Yeah, and again, we saw a little bit of
as you do.
I forgot what I was going to say, but I love it. Can we always leave in-game chat up? Probably not. But anyways, shouts to Nosfa and Avik. A fantastic set from both. Nosfa able to take it 2-1. Letha, we call that a little bit of brown magic with my prediction, just saying. But yeah, I feel like a little bit of that was frustration from Avik. I don't know if things weren't going his way in the game or game plan-wise, but we saw that kind of boil over in one of the fights. And you know, if you're frustrated and you're playing just a little bit off, like tilted, it could throw off everything. So whether that played into it a lot there, Nosfa was just hitting everything. Great defensive rockets, as you said, fantastic rail follow-up. So not taking anything away from him, he played great, and he's able to take this set 2-1 over Avik, which I think surprises a lot of people.
It certainly does, and you can't count out the verticality of the Athena, can you? You can get yourself of a sticky situation a number of times, and we saw that, but it wasn't really the mechanics of the Athena. It's just, again, the defensive rockets, not just his aim skill behind it, but the positions he would place himself in purposely in order to force a trade, or if Avic does take him down, Avic's going to be super, super weak. Won't have any weapons in his arsenal, but at least he can clean up with the MG or whatever he has to start off with in terms of his starting weapon. But honestly, great stuff on Nosfer. We've been waiting for a few weeks, as I've already mentioned, to see him bring some light. Like I said, he is the lightning in the bottle, and he certainly was in that matchup. 12-3 in terms of the hit percentage. It's not very high, but enough to seal the deal. And look at the rocket damage, though, from Nosfer. 1,546. Frustration from Avic, of course.
It's just crazy. And again, playing a Slash is almost similar to playing an Anarchy, where you hit a rocket and you get popped up sky high. We saw it near the jump pad especially. Like, it just not only stops your momentum, which is 70% of the point of playing Slash, but it just ruins you. Light stack as it is, especially if you don't have items. So those rockets came up big for Nosfa. Shouts to him. And yeah, taking the set 2-1, that's no small task. So big props to Nosfa for putting that, especially after going down 0-3 to Kilson. The bounce back is real. And yeah, he succeeded today in his mission.
Well, you've been right with every single prediction. I don't think any of us would have assumed that Nosfa would have won this series, considering Avic's track. Well, Nosfa's track record for the last five weeks in the competition. But you could say Zenecu's going to beat Freon, predict that, and we can see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. You jinxed me now that you brought it out. I was feeling pretty good about it, but now I don't know what to do with myself. But that's halfway through the day for us. Interesting. But you know what that means? 2 featured matches remaining, and we get Papa Wheat back to wrangle us in and teach us how to behave. We'll be right back. Quick break, and we'll see you soon. 2 down, 2 remaining in terms of matches, and you know what that means, Lethal. We get to bring on Papa Wheat, the Sultan of Sous Vide himself, for the featured matches.
Lovely. What's up, gentlemen? It's good to be back. I know there was challengers previous week. I went on a spring break vacation, so I'm coming back. I might be a little slow today, but I'll still do my best to keep you both in check.
I think you're going to do a great job. It's always a pleasure
Thanks.
to have you. The first 2 matches were a bit crazy. And I think it's only going to get crazier from here. The first featured match we got for you, Saigib versus Wenger.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup, especially with Wenger's track record so far this season. He's dropped a map, I believe, in every single series, which is unlike Wenger. But again, he's got plenty of time to correct these mistakes leading up to QuakeCon. Of course, he is technically the QuakeCon champion now and going into it later on in August. But like I said, he's got plenty of time. He's got at least 5 months to prepare himself, but needs to try and solidify these 3-0s. Even leads into Dramas 2-1 was... It's happened before, but we didn't expect it to happen again, did we?
No, and I mean, it's hard to criticize Wenger a little bit this season because coming off of it as a champion, right? It's like he still has that. There's a lot going for anyone who walks away from that. Certainly, maybe a rocky start, but in all of that, we've still seen these absolutely brilliant games come out from Wenger. So I am curious week after week to continue to watch his performance just to see how that might be balancing out. Saigib is certainly, had, I think, what is a kind of a typical back and forth for him so far, but I do also think he's going to have a pretty tough matchup here in that Wenger has to be looking at this match this week to be like, all right, just need to seal the deal, do what I know I can do, and on paper, this champion should be able to take this series.
Totally agree. Let's take a look at the pick bands real quick. Try and paint a picture of what we have in store between these 2, Wenger and Saigib. Lethal, as always, please.
Go on then, let's have a look. Corrupted Keep's going to be starting things off here. Definitely one of Wenger's better maps, so to speak, against a Strog. So, of course, Saigib is going to make him, put him on the guessing tree, really, to kind of decide exactly what 50-50s he can do in order to keep Wenger on guard or just try and at least, be a bit of a nuisance in terms of the prediction he's going to make. I mean, going on to Ruins, we're going to see Defina come out on Ruins. Not something we normally see every day with the Sorlag band. So at least we've got both champions there ready and waiting. And then going on to Awoken, again, another map Wenger's very, very solid on with the Doom versus the Nyx, and we'll have to see exactly how that's going to pan out. I do favour the Nyx slightly, depending on how aggressive you are. The Nyx, especially with the Ghost Walk. But then again, I think both players are going to be happy with the matchups, but Wenger may be slightly in favour, especially with Corrupted Keep and Awoken.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think Ruins looks like it's just going to be a lot of fun. I kind of like what we've got going on there in game number 2. If anything, just to appease my, Quake entertainment for the day, I'm definitely looking forward to that one. But I agree with you, Lethal. I think it's pretty solidly kind of leaning towards Wenger. And, you mentioned kind of some of the losses that he's experienced and sitting at 2-2 as the champion. Like, this is going to be rough for every player throughout all of the weeks that will lead up to the championship. So every single game that you kind of feel like in your heart of hearts you should be winning, those are the ones that you absolutely need to win. So I'm hoping we get a great performance out of both players, but I'm kind of keeping a close eye on Wenger to see how he's going to be looking this week.
Yeah, in terms of predictions, Lethal, lock it in. Tell me what I want to hear.
This could... I said a 3-0 last time, but instead it went the other way, round 2-1 in favour of Nossa. But I think this is going to be Wenger's first 3-0, surely. It's been quite a few weeks now. I know that he's made a lot of mistakes in the past against his previous opponents and dropped a lot of maps. But, only time will tell here. He's still trying to ease himself in back into the Quake Pro League, which is not something I would normally say about Wenger. But it's probably me, in terms of Wenger, how I see him in terms of the current Quake champion and just going into this as well. If you show up a lot of these mistakes or major mistakes with a lot of these map losses, people can be like, well, Wenger's not exactly as indestructible as he once was back last season. So he needs to start solidifying these 3-0s and making sure there's a huge scoreline to give himself a little bit of confidence going into future weeks as well.
How do you feel about it?
I mean, I know chat's calling for the Psy God to come out today, and you know, maybe that'll happen. I don't know, but I'm gonna have to go with the people who say that Wenger is gonna take this one, as I see from the predictions. I'm gonna say the same thing. I think we're looking at a 3-0 and maybe an opportunity for Wenger to really get back on track.
Well, predictions from chat, 87% in favor of Wenger on at least map number 1. I think I'm going to go Wenger 2-1. Not any disrespect to Saigib or Psy God that we might see, but I think this is a bounce-back game for Wenger. He's had a rough go. I think he's kind of ready to say, you know, enough is enough. And I know that he's been going through issues with practice schedules and stuff like that, so that is something to keep an eye out for, but I do think he's going to bounce back and take this one 2-1. We will see. Anything can happen any given Saturday, but I know one thing for certain, Lethal, I need you to get out. Go pitch a tent, pull your finger out. This one's going to be me and we.
I will. Cheers.
We'll see you
Thanks.
soon.
Appreciate it.
We'll see you soon. What's up?
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Glad to have you back.
Always a pleasure. Happy Saturday. Happy Quake. Week 5 here. Just looking forward to both these matchups. Again, a moment for both these players to shine, but I really do think Wenger kind of needs to find that place again, and I think this is a match he's got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, reigning champion, a lot of people may forget that because of the form that he's been in, but again, some personal stuff, practice schedules, stuff like that, it happens, so hopefully he's on the rise again to defend that title as we get closer and closer. But it starts with this. I mean, the bounce-back game, he's going to need this one for sure. Dropping the game to Dramas, heartbreaking, but that's more of a testament to Dramas being an absolute monster. A little bit of Wenger maybe falling off the practice schedule that he was on before. You know, he was able to raise the title. But against Saigib, this is going to be a good test of seeing exactly where Wenger is. And, you know, if we do see the ascension of Saigib into Psy God, he could push Wenger to the limits. And there's a chance that he could take this one. I think, again, that's going to be in Wenger's mind. I think this is going to be a bounce-back game to kind of settle all the rumors and kind of be like, everybody calm down, everybody slips up, but this is going to be, I think this is going to be the Wenger show here on this set.
Well, and for those that need your Psy God starting pack, you know, grab yourself a stick of gum, maybe like a sick pair of sunglasses. And,
definitely a headband as well.
A headband, and then just kind of give yourself that sort of cinematic webcam camera angle. And you're almost there, man. You're
I love it.
On your path to reaching Psy God status. So we're about to get started here, 40, and our first map that will be Corrupted Keep, a map that we know Wenger has traditionally not only loved to play, but also been very dominant on. We'll see how this will go as we've kicked things off through Saigib's eyes, actually. And you'll see these two meet up right away with the orb coming out. A nicely placed rocket, but it's going to be Wenger that will get the slam into the wall and follow up with a nice LG. He's on the board first, 1-0.
Yeah, unfortunately, the initial rocket not quite clean enough for Saigib, and Wenger's able to switch to LG and kind of take that first frag, but Saigib had the opportunity to start off with a bang here, unfortunately going down. So big play there right off the bat. Didn't really expect anything else as Wenger up 1, able to grab the armor shard, and now making sure that dire orb is back and intact for the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, just given the fact that that was a single frag and there wasn't sort of anything beyond that, tells me two things, right? Wenger came out of it a little messy, and then also Saigib really, I think, just kind of was surprised by that. You know, coming through that hallway, it resulted in a frag. It was still a decent fight, but the fact that Wenger wasn't able to convert a frag off the top of that was probably pretty good, boded well for Saigib, but not that time as he's caught near Mega before it spawns. The LG from Wenger comes out. It's an easy cleanup for him, and let's see if now we'll see some momentum coming from Wenger as he tries to convert a couple frags here.
Just really patient, just waiting. Saigib tries to double back, gets caught out, a little bit of rocket splash as well, and Wenger still has the dire orb as a finisher if he needs it. Fighting for this next Mega here a little bit too early. Saigib has to get away, fade away, tri-bolt for some damage, but just taking so much machine gun on the way out.
That damage chips away. It adds up a lot. Oh, the mid-air orb. It looked like he was Mario punching into the air against the coin block. Unfortunately, it was Saigib that was there, and 100 coins came up. That's a 1-up, and that means you're up by 1, 3-0. What an orb we just saw, 40.
Mamma mia, indeed. 3-0 for Wenger. No fear. As he does scrape by the skin of his teeth with that frag on the heavy, but now getting a lot more damage, in better position here for this Mega. And again, dire orb in hand as well.
There's some comments in chat about Wenger being close to his monitor, but you don't understand, man. This is like full Quake immersion right there. Like, I gotta respect that 40, right? You can't have anything. You've got FOV maximum right there. So I'm with it.
I didn't realize that people didn't know this was a VR game, because that's what Wenger's playing right now. Shouts to him as we get closer to 3 minutes in. Wenger sitting pretty with a 3 frag lead here. Saigib just trying to find some items to work with, trying to get some stabilization. And he is able to get a heavy.
40D, like Wenger's definitely, he's playing, I'm not going to say cautiously. I don't know if I'd even say slow, but he's playing different.
It's the swag. He's not playing like the pop-off kind of Wenger that we've seen. Maybe he is. I don't know. Saigib takes out Saigib on that one. Is Wenger using that die orb to close the gap and take the fight to him? But you're absolutely right. We don't really see the, maybe finesse is the right word that we're used to seeing from Wenger. And it's not that he's playing poorly. It's just he doesn't have that swagger about him. And somehow, interdimensional shotgun, don't know what happened, don't care. Saigib puts up a frag to go back to 0.
That's really unfortunate. I mean, granted, Wenger was pretty messed up. He was down to 22 points health after that last fight, but was able to get back up there. Saigib recognized that Wenger was hurting, was able to go in, but there was no other armor for him to grab. So it was good. Saigib needed to get out of that -1 status, back to the goose egg. We have Peeker coming out, just a duck behind the corner, and Wenger's actually looking decent, having picked up that mega. It's going to go now fight for that heavy. An orb right in the face, and it will work out, but look at how low Wenger is. He's going to recover nicely with the 25 and the 225 inside the red room. That will put him back up to 79.88, which means he can fight again, possibly chase this for the 5th frag. But yeah, I would agree with you, 40. I think it is, and that's okay. You don't, oh no.
Saigib, please stop.
Oh no, that's the suicide number 2 this game, down to -1. But you don't have to play with that swagger. Sure, as fans, like we want it, we thirst for it. But at the same time, if your game is just like, I need to be back to the fundamentals, like play to win, right?
Oh.
It doesn't have to look pretty. You just gotta win.
Yeah, no, it's all about the dub, however you get it. And again, I think it has to do a little bit with practice schedule and stuff like that, but Wenger's still putting in the work and still able to maybe take this one. There's the peeker around the corner.
Wow.
And wow, that was easy. The peeker play a little bit ill-timed there from Saigib. Hung on to it a little bit too long. Gives up the frag and the mega and the heavy. This is going to be real painful, Wheat.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a little bit of swag going on right there. Some nice rockets into the rocket room from Wenger as he's now on the chase. In fact, he's going to give himself a little boost, maybe feeling a little bit more confident here, 40, as the frag pace seems to be picking up, and so does the aggression. Hops over that rocket there for the frag.
God.
And another one, orb to the face of the rocket. Where did this Wenger come from? It was like his little brother was playing, and then he's like, all right, let Big Brother come. Yeah, that was just a joke. That would never happen. This is obviously Wenger. You can see him right there in that screen. But
everyone's shouting competitive integrity, Wheat.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is more the Wenger that we're used to seeing. I mean, he's using the Ranger passive beautifully, rocket jumping around to get spawn frags. He's using the Dire Orb to close the gap and do damage. And Saigib just looks a little lost. There's no answer that he has to this kind of aggression. And the fact that it's perfectly timed, and oh no, the LG will push him down. Saigib skirts away, does a lot of damage with the machine gun. And it feels like for the first time, Saigib may have an advantage here. You look at the scoreboard, you think, well, 40, you're crazy, but it's got to start somewhere. The comeback has to start happening, and it's not going to be with that rocket in your pocket. What a play by Wenger. Still hanging by a thread, but just making it as taxing as possible on Saigib to try and get the frag, and he does. But even that was so close.
Yeah, that was so close, and Saigib didn't exactly come out of there super healthy. It was not a clean bill of health from the doctor, and he did manage to get back to, I guess, on the scoreboard at 0, but Peeker's going to come out just to try to get that last little bit of damage. It will not happen as Wenger retreats into the Mega Room and picks it up. LG out. It's looking for another battle here. It's a very, very close one, and it's the last little pellet that will do it, coming out from Saigib to put him back on the board officially with the frag. We're here. He's had 3, even though it says he's only had 1. But Wenger sitting with the 3 minutes left and a 8 frag lead.
Yes, I get warming up now, feeling a lot better. A little bit of rocket damage there, but I think he got caught off guard. He didn't realize he sent him through the telly. Takes a little bit of damage on the way out. Is able to sustain and grab the mega, but Wenger's already in and out with the heavy.
Peeker coming out to play yet again, but it won't really matter. Although getting a lot of shots out. I don't see Peeker make that many shots. I didn't realize clips were that large or that big. So there we go. But yeah, the final seconds are slowing down here. Saigib, I think what we saw here, rather from Wenger, was kind of a slow game. You know, just starting off slow and steady. Didn't want to see anything get away from him, and then just kind of turned up the heat. Now slowed things back down again. So maybe it was just a window. Go back to what Avik says about playing Quake and it being a bit like boxing, right? A flurry of blows came out, and that resulted in a few frags, and then he just backed off because you've got the win. And it's all about playing to win. So first map,
oh my God.
And patience, because patience can reward you here in Quake, as it did right there. There's another one as 2 quick frags come out of nowhere, 40. And I think that Wenger's going to kick off this series with a very, very strong and loud statement.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Wenger that we saw was a little more risk-averse, but he still utilized spawn frags, and oh my God, oh, that almost connected. That would have been gorgeous. But just using the ability to know, okay, I got you here, I'm going to spawn, you're going to spawn here, I have the rocket jump passive to cut you off, you have no items. So still textbook plays from Wenger, but I don't think it's quite 100% swag that we're used to seeing quite yet.
Yeah, we'll get some good highlight clips coming out of there, but I mean, especially that jump in the air, mid-air orb was pretty sick early on. And as the final moments happen here, both players get a chance to show their swags. We got some frags getting traded back and forth. Saigib's going to get on the board here, but I think the true score and the gap here tells the tale. Peeker even getting on there with one of their own, and that's going to be about an 8 frag game, maybe 9. We'll see what happens here, 40. But this is what I expected on Corrupted Keep. What I'll be looking for in the next game will we see a similar kind of strategy and approach from Wenger? Right? Is he going to come out swinging, or is he going to play it slow, look for those opportunities, dash in, try to get a couple blows, and let that kind of lead him to victory?
Yeah, it'll be definitely interesting to see. We're going to go into Ruins. It'll be Athena versus Anarchy. But a strong start from Wenger. I think coming out of the gate with this kind of victory is going to be huge going into the second map and the rest of the set. Momentum is going to be on his side. And glimpses of that Wenger that we're used to seeing. Again, just utilizing the spawn frags well, knowing exactly where his opponent's going to be, using the rocket jump passive, taking less damage as the ranger to traverse the map incredibly fast. And the Dire Orb is the finisher, as you said. The mid-air Dire Orb Shoryuken that we saw to open up the game kind of in the beginning was beautiful.
It is pretty nice. We're going to get to see it here for certain in just a moment. And I think, right, Dire Orb came in big. Wenger wasn't afraid to use it. He was using it offensively quite often, just going for any sort of direct hit, following up with either LG, there it is, bam, or a shotgun blast, and you'll probably see it a couple times. I mean, all the frags that we saw here, especially from Wenger's side, were very much kind of in your face. There's another one around the corner, bam, or good game. And that will be game number 1 for Wenger. So will he start game 2, which is going to be on Ruins, with 2 pretty fast light champs here, Athena on Saigib's side and Anarchy on Wenger's side. Are we going to see a slow start here, given the map and the 2 champions that we have? I don't know, but I'm kind of excited with what I've seen out of Wenger so far here today.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to how he utilizes the rail, because Wenger, when he's on and he's playing with that swagger that we talked about, he just hits some insane strings of rails through angles that maybe you didn't even know existed, especially on Awoken. I know we're going into Ruins, it's a little bit different, but still excited to see how he utilizes that rail. And on the flip side, as well as Saigib. I mean, his LG is fantastic, but this is going to be a game where I think rail comes into play. As 2 lights, bigger map, traversing the map, you're going to have to open up the game with the rails and see kind of how you convert from there, be it rockets or LG, but very excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, control is going to be big here. Who's gonna grab what? Will one player have major items control over all of them? How's Athena going to use that movement? Just a lot here, and it will be an interesting sort of railgun battle. You mentioned some of those awesome angles that people can hit. There's a few here on Ruins, but you're dealing with some, you're dealing with some tiny bods. So, especially important to hit those really impressive long-range rails, as it can completely change the game here between two lights. So,
the predictions are rude.
What are
92% for Wenger. No respect for Saigib, huh?
I honestly, after the play that we saw there, it didn't start necessarily super high octane, but Wenger made it super high octane. So I'm not surprised.
Well, we'll take a look. Predictions are locked, and we're locked into map number 2 between Saigib and Wenger right now. Wenger looking for the 2-0 to take the set. Saigib trying to battle back, send us to the third as the decider.
As we're going to have Saigib chewing away, grabbing that Mega. And again, kind of really excited to see exactly what the strat is going to be here for Athena. Already used the grapple as a little bit of positional area. There's some nice audio cues to bump out of the teleporter and get some LG damage off. Now, both players know about the timing of where they're at, and two big rails coming out right away from Saigib. He might be able to go down and grab the heavy as well. It is still up. He's got Wenger trapped. Wenger gets nailed with the rail on his way down, and that's going to mean full control here for Saigib. What a way to start off this second game.
Oh no, and this should be a third, as Wenger doesn't have anything to work with. Tries to get a gauntlet, maybe booped him, I'm not sure, but either way, Saigib gets the third frag, and this is a horrible start for Wenger. Please be careful, Wenger.
It really is. It's a really great start here for Saigib. I mean, 4 frags in the first minute 15. And hitting just an enormous amount of rails. He's shooting a 62% rail, but it seems higher even than that. Following up nicely with that LG, and he's just not giving any room to Wenger. I mean, what is the story here? Like Saigib running away with 20 frags, or Wenger figuring out a way to kind of stop this momentum that we're seeing from Saigib so far, as he has just been on fire.
Yeah, I don't know. A little bit of LG damage from up above, as Wenger has to double back for the rail, missing it initially, but Saigib this is a different beast. This is the Sai God that we expected. But can he keep it up for another 8 minutes? I mean, endurance is a thing. You start off with a bang, but as ZSX always says, the silver lining for Wenger is that those frags happen so fast, he has 8 minutes to come back.
Yeah, there is truth to that, right? You don't want that to happen in the last 3 minutes. So LG, from some weird kind of angles happening there, it is going to work out for Wenger, and he's going to be able to stop it. And there it is, exactly what you were talking about, right? If you're going to be aggressive, especially, that is putting you open to more risks, and that means that it can result in another frag. So can you achieve 10 minutes of perfection with Athena on any map? I think it's pretty hard, but that's also why I love watching those types of games. So we'll have to see what Wenger does, as he's going to answer back with a couple rails of his own, and you know what that does to these two champs here. So again, it's kind of making this a cat and mouse, even though we're dealing with two players that can traverse the map very quickly. It is a lot about angles, a lot about like just waiting at certain positions and looking and hearing, looking for audio cues. I don't think about that. Hearing audio cues, and then positioning and or attacking as such. So Saigib still with the really comfortable lead, 4 frags. We got 7 minutes left to go, but that momentum has been stopped.
Absolutely dead in its tracks, as he's playing kind of a survival horror game, it seems. Just waiting around corners, trying to figure out exactly where Wenger is and make his way slowly but surely to those lights, and almost getting tagged. Wenger catches him out, just can't quite land the damage. That's going to be a slight opening for Saigib here. But again, too smart to drop down and take the heavy. He knows he doesn't have the advantage. He doesn't have the ability yet, because he hasn't really opened up the game with a rail or two. But Wenger doesn't care. Oh my God! Right around the corner with the rockets, deletes Saigib.
Really unfortunate too, because I think he had the right idea, try to pop with the rocket as he came around the corner, but maybe miscalculated the speed. 40, I'm not sure, but that rocket was a pretty big whiff, and now Saigib will wait out right next to the teleporters, found by Wenger. Wenger is not going to really fall for that trap, and he is able to get another frag. Now this is a scary moment, right, because Wenger is looking at what could be full control here with as much time as there is between the heavy and the mega. So he's got an opportunity to stop his opponent here in the rail room. He's going to come back out. He's keeping an eye and traversing around the mega area. And there it is, full control. Now, this is suddenly uphill battle for Saigib, who's got to figure out what is the timing of everything and how am I going to do this as he falls down to the heavy. It's nowhere near spawning, and he eats a rocket, making it a 1-frag game.
And Saigib has he's turtled up so much. Granted, because Wenger has so much map control, it's forced Saigib to turtle up so much that just one rocket in the pocket deletes him, and he still can't really get on items or weaponry. I mean, he just picked up a tri-bolt and rocket, but if Wenger gets in there, this might be doomsday for Saigib here, as it'll be tied right off the bat. Wenger coming back swinging real strong here. Decent angle there with the rockets and the follow-up. It's just homing rockets, Sweet. He's not letting you escape. There is no escape from Wenger right now.
I mean, I can appreciate Saigib's little grapple down to the bottom, but it didn't quite work out. But, you know, got to go for it sometimes. It's going to be tied back up. These rails, they need to happen here. Wenger's going to catch Saigib down below with another just a shock of LG for the frag. That's going to give him the lead. And into the corner, followed up with a rocket, almost hit. But look at this chase. You can just see the aggression that's picked up here. We're going to get the inject coming out, looking for that final rail. Cannot land it, which is unfortunate because all of those look pretty nice. But he doesn't need to matter or concern himself too much. He can back off, regain control, and that's probably most important now that he's got the lead.
Yeah, maintaining the dominance over the map that got him back to this point and has the lead is important here. Saigib tries to get a cheeky rail through the grate, nothing doing. Does get one as he drops down, needs to be careful. Hits a second one, and Wenger in a bad way now, needs to be careful, and right up the jump pad. That one's easy for Saigib. And also the spot almost converts with the rail. That would have been gorgeous.
That was nice. It's exactly what I think Saigib needs to do, is look for those long-range frag opportunities with the rail. Oh, 2 nice rockets from Wenger. Saigib staying alive, but just barely outside of that teleporter. Is going to have to back off from there. That's going to mean Wenger is going to grab that that mega. But will Saigib be able to grab the heavy? He knows that it's going to be up very soon. Great rail from the top to the bottom. He's in a great position to grab it. He's going to land a second rail. Is he going to go for it? Oh, up against the wall. He just kind of misses that grapple. He could have walked away a lot cleaner from that 140.
Yeah, definitely messy here, but he does still get the heavy, can grapple up for this mega as well. And he does. He might push the situation. No, instead Wenger will, but he misses with the rail and the nails just hammering down on Wenger. But look at that. The reposition with the speed does end up getting his rail and making that worth it. And now he should take the frag, as he does. Just Wenger is everywhere Saigib wants to be right now.
Oh, that was so rough. I mean, no armor at all, just a quick LG down. That's a big pickup there for Wenger, as he's going to take the lead here. Now, 1 frag is not that big of a deal with 2.5 minutes remaining, but you can just see how Wenger is playing. He's putting a lot more aggression in this matchup. He doesn't want to give Saigib much room. Great rail. That's exactly what he needs to do to try to fend off this aggression from Wenger, make him question whether or not he should keep barreling forward with just a 1 frag lead. Going to try to peek over the side, find another rail. He doesn't, and his opponent goes down to that heavy and picks it up. Wenger grabs it and goes away. Now will he be able to grab full control with the mega as well? Big rocket jump through the teleporter. LG out, a lot of damage on the way down, and in his face, rocket in the pocket. There it is, 2 frag lead now by Wenger with 2 minutes left to go.
Wenger just pressing the advantage, no fear, not letting Saigib breathe, hitting a great rail, taking away all the items on the map, and Saigib literally just running for his life, it feels like, most of this map, Wheat.
Definitely. And I don't know if it was the same as the last game in terms of how Wenger kind of turned it on, but there have been moments of explosiveness that I do think have come with confidence. I mean, Saigib kicked off with that 5-frag lead that was absolutely incredible, but Wenger keeping his calm, looking for control to kind of be his ally throughout the rest of this game, and it absolutely paid off. There was not much that Saigib could do, and then it was just a matter of catching Saigib out of position and capitalizing on those frags. So less than 1 minute to go, suddenly a 5-frag flip, and what you said that, you know, Dan said earlier in terms of like sometimes getting that little string of frags at the beginning, it's not the most terrible thing that could happen. It means that you do have time to bring it back, and in this case, that's exactly what happens. Wenger's going to grab the second game, the series. We will go to game number 3, but I'm sure he's pretty happy to have taken this one convincingly.
100%. Just a fantastic ability from Wenger to stay calm and say, you know, 5 frags in a minute. Yeah, that looks bad, but I have a lot of time to get back into this, and that's exactly what he did. Clawing his way back onto the items to full map control to just bottling up Saigib and not giving him any options.
He really isn't. You know, in fact, the number of times I've seen Saigib in this back hallway is kind of scary in terms of your heat map of activity on this map. That's not an area that you want to have super filled out. Looked like we might have a gauntlet battle in the middle there, but these two play by different rules apparently, 40. So it didn't happen. There it is, 12-6, as Wenger is going to take that game number 2. That will give him the series. We are going to go on to the third game. It will be played. But again, the series wins what's important. Wenger was sitting on a 2-2 series win for so far in this season. That puts him at 3-2. Might move him up a rank as well, as he's sitting at number 5. But certainly you can tell as the player who's thinking a lot about his game. And we're going to be going on to map number 3, Awoken.
Yeah, and I was just going to say again, I know we've harped on it a little bit about this isn't kind of Wenger in peak form, but like you can kind of tell based on his reaction after the game, like not very satisfied, even though he just won and it was a great comeback. Like he kind of knows that like there's holes in his game, and that's just championship mentality, right? You always want to play perfect. You always want to just min-max everything. And I think he kind of knows that maybe there's some opportunities he's missing out on here, because it's not often you see Wenger go down 5-0 in any map, let alone the first minute. And granted, he clawed his way back, but I think that's kind of the championship mentality he has of like, I shouldn't have let it get there. I shouldn't have had to come back. So it's interesting to see that and see the emotion on Wenger's face. He does take the set 2-0 as we take a look at everything. But yeah, I think that's an issue. And again, I could just be making stuff up. He could just be like, oh my God, I'm so tired. It's late. But no, I think there's more to it than that.
Yeah, there was a lot of really interesting momentum shifts that happened in that game too. I mean, I think Saigib was probably like, well, I need to use the rail in order to do really well in this matchup. And he got it first. And he landed some really nice rails, started off with a 62, almost 70%, and that was huge in getting those first 5 frags. And then also, if you remember, there was the frag where Wenger was in the light rail, or the light room just next to the rail, and Saigib's rails, one from the top and one from the bottom, and that emotion that you were talking about in terms of Wenger, I feel like that was the turning point for him. You know, getting hit with that frag, it tied the game back up, and then he just said, "Okay, I just need to play my game." It's exactly what he did. It was still a really interesting game, and we're going to go on to map number 3, Awoken. So we've got Saigib on the Nyx and Wenger on Doom. We both know that Wenger likes this match as well, but what do you think we might see here?
I'm just wondering how Saigib's going to play that Nyx. I mean, so often we see Kilson on the Nyx, which, by the way, don't let him play that anymore. Everybody in the league, I'm sure they know, right? But I wonder if Saigib has a similar kind of plan of attack, maybe with the Nyx. I mean, Kilson probably one of the best in the league as a Nyx, regardless of the map. But interesting to see how Saigib takes that approach, and especially against the Doom on Awoken. I look forward to kind of how he approaches this, even besides the fact that he's already down 0-2. Like, just as a fresh map, I wonder how he was going to kind of try and get his way into a dub in this one.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I suppose you could say we've got mobility going for both of these players, but I think rail will come down pretty big, and then control, which I think Wenger came out of that last map, and that was one of the kind of secret sauces of Wenger in game number 2. The control was just so solid there in that mid game that there was not much that Saigib's options were essentially, you know, they were gone. in 1 or 2. So we're going back in. Will we see the same game or something brand new? We're about to find out. 40, take us away as we're looking through the eyes of Saigib.
Saigib indeed on that rail, strong start potentially if he could fire off a couple and immediately ghost walks. Does not like that situation. There's the punch, can't quite get up the trampoline, and this is going to be free rails for Saigib, but he can't maximize it, needs to be careful. He's going to drop down onto an LG. Ill-advised Saigib takes so much damage, but does survive. What a skirmish to start the map.
I mean, had he had any other weapon that wasn't a machine gun aside from that rail, I would have been all for that exchange. But he went, oh my gosh, he went in deep and then went in a second time in an exchange that looked certainly like Wenger was going to walk away from, and he does pick up the frag to match that. However, it was a close battle. Saigib did take the first frag. He's going to ghost walk yet again to just steal away that mega. I suppose it works out. He kept it out of his opponent's hand, and he got away unscathed from that one. 1-1 now is in our first minute. We've had an exchange, but no one really with the full control yet.
Yeah, interested to see if Saigib will keep playing aggressive with a shotgun-style rail, or if that was just a panic mode of I have to get this frag to open up the game. Good tri-bolt, and unfortunately for him, just a little bit too late. The heavy will be taken. So decent steal from Wenger, but Saigib is able to grab the mega, potentially taking full control on the next cycle here, but he has to try and figure out where Wenger is and make sure he doesn't give up too much weaponry.
It really is great that Tri-Bolt has kind of found its own place in the hand of our players on this map. I feel like I'm constantly sort of amazed by some of the damage that's getting dished out. And it's really nice to see. Anyway, we got a battle here at Heavy yet again. Some rockets from the top from Saigib, and he will end that barrage with a rail. Another one, and then he's going to go aggressive ghost walk? No. Took the damage, even though he had Wenger very, very low. I guess it was just kind of the safety mechanism there, 40. I'm not 100% sure, but going up to the middle, very scary moment as rockets fly around both players. Somehow a rail, I don't even know how that one hit, but the LG to finish him off. That's going to be frag number 3 for Saigib, and his persistence absolutely paid off.
Making the rail work. I'm with you. I'm not sure how that connected, but you'll love to see it if you're a Saigib fan, as he does give up the mega, but at what cost? Big 91 damage rocket trying to get the frag. Both players weak. There's the punch, and he's out of there. Nope, not quite. Speedy boy, but not speedy enough, and you love to see that animation. It is always hilarious.
Oh my God, that was like the funniest thing I've seen all day.
He's like, I gotta go slay demons, bye.
Oh God, it's wonderful. Saigib somehow still managing to keep some of this pressure on. Ooh, that is definitely the riskiest rocket jump I've seen all day too, but it won't matter. Perfect into the hallway, grab himself some health, and also that mega gonna wall jump up to the middle area to see if he can sneak in here and try to get some more damage off. As Saigib holding on to a decent lead here of 3. We've got the ghost walk coming out. Saigib decides to move back to the middle platform to try to get in his opponent's face. I'm not sure that I've seen these ghost walks be super beneficial for Saigib, but he's staying alive, and I guess that's the most you could ask for.
Yeah, can't complain too much, but definitely not using them in a way to gain any kind of advantage, it seems. Just staying alive, and after that rocket, he can't stay alive. Wenger plants him, picks up his second frag. Good rail off the spawn. Should be able to push in here, but does need to be careful. Not too healthy, so instead just a warning rocket, and he'll scurry on off to try and get more resources. But decent play there from Wenger.
It was. I think that was probably a good decision to disengage there, right? Great moment to get what weapons you don't have. You had no major items about to spawn, so there was a little bit of time. So rocket jump up to the top as Mega's about to hit. There's a nice shot of the LG and a good rocket to answer back, and Wenger suddenly super low. Now he desperately needs some sort of health. He is going to grab that 25 there. Still looking for a rail angle, and he finds it around the corner. Is there a second to follow up? Oops, dodging that tri-bolt. He does get the follow-up one, and is he going to chase that one? Looks like he is. Both players so low, 40, but still being so aggressive.
And you can't help but think Saigib was wondering, come on, damn it, the tri-bolt should reach, because he had him dead to rights. But unfortunately, Wenger, fancy footwork, stays alive. Saigib does have the 2 frag lead still, but Wenger slowly starting to chip away at the control and starting to get back into this.
He does have 5 minutes left. Both players 5 minutes. That's a lot of time. Seems like we've been playing for 10 minutes, but a lot of time left. 2 frags. I think what will be pretty important here is, hold on, we've got another fight at the Mega. LG's coming out for both sides, and Ghostwalk is up. We've got Rage coming out. Berserk. Let's go nuts. We just jam for a little bit, and that's going to be it. A big rocket coming around the corner. These exchanges have just been, I mean, in some cases, what's the word I'm looking for? Like awkward? I don't know, right?
Disgusting,
like almost,
sloppy, reckless.
No, I wouldn't say sloppy. Because both players are kind of reacting, I think, to a situation they're not necessarily expecting. But the fact that there's been so many is a little surprising.
LG from above, he's just trying to find the damage to finish the frag, and can he do it? Oh my god, what a rocket!
That was big.
That was just such a dunk from so far away. Beautiful rocket from Wenger. Still down by 1, but again, momentum in his favor. Mega to his back. He's going to have full map control now. Now it's just a matter of biding his time and finding the perfect trap to lay to tie it at 4.
I have a lot of confidence he's going to be able to find it, right? Sitting at control in the middle. He's got a nice health stack right now. Not quite full armor, but that is not going to matter as he's going to make his way over. He does get hit from the back as he goes to the heavy, but it won't matter. Rocket jumps over to the back to try to position him for the Mega. It's there. LG's coming out. Saigib with a little bit better position from that middle, but not for the Mega as Wenger grabs it. Now full control. Ghostwalk coming out. Is he going to choose the right direction? Wrong cup in the game of, what is it, the shell game? I don't know. He chose the wrong way. Saigib lives to see another day. And it's still
I was thinking ball in a cup. That's a completely different game. I'm that old that I used to play with a ball in a cup. Still down by 1. Wenger with some fancy movement there to cut off for the Mega, and Saigib needs to be careful. Almost converts with that rail shot. We're starting to see some of the flicks I was talking about here from Wenger, but he's got to land him. Less than 3 minutes to try and tie it at 4. And the hunt is on right now. Good defensive rocket from Saigib. Big damage. Good rails exchanged. Saigib's still weak. 25 HP. Grabbed a little bit of armor, but now he's stuck. And does Wenger know? He almost converts with that rail.
That was so close. Suddenly, like, Ghostwalk becomes so crucial here. It's an opportunity for, wow, there we go. We're going to jam yet again just to steal away that heavy. I like it. That's probably the best case that you're going to be using it in this matchup. You can't rely on that to get your final frag. But Saigib kind of holding on. I guess he did use that Ghostwalk there. Using it to see if he can possibly secure that 1 frag lead with it. So that's going to become incredibly important here in the final moments of this game. Wenger's playing this one pretty slow. And I like how Saigib's doing it. He's trying to play keep away a bit. Heavy is back up. Wenger's going to grab it. Now, is he going to make his way over to the Mega? He's going to be a bit later. And no, he's not going to be able to get it. He knows it. And the last 2 minutes, the 2-minute warning goes off. And Wenger needs that frag to tie it up.
And that's just a soul-crushing rail there for Saigib. He is able to grab a light, but any rail will send him packing. He needs to work his way back to rockets, being very cautious now as he doesn't have any more, but he doesn't want to get caught out. Does Wenger know? Wenger is waiting on T-Con, just positioning well, and he might get some damage and scot-free for Saigib. But now he drops down onto the heavy, but the Ghostwalk, as you mentioned, saved his life. Now Wenger makes a mad dash for the Mega and gets railed into it as a pickup. This one is so close, Wheat.
Very, very close. And Wenger kind of lost his advantage going into the final moments. You can see Saigib playing the angle game, trying to put himself into positions that's going to give him a defensive retreat. And Wenger has to be thinking about that. Probably wise to keep that stack up as much as he can in case he does need to, say, rocket jump. Less than 1 minute left to go. Misses that rail. Saigib lands his. Oh! Huge as Wenger goes for the heavy, and Saigib finds the angle and the frag, giving him 2 frags, and suddenly Wenger has got to turn up the heat. He's going to have to go ultra aggressive to try to win back 2 frags in the last 40 seconds.
Trying to look for some angles, anything he can. 30 seconds, there's the cutoff, there's the Ghostwalk to avoid certain death. And nope! Oh, the telefrag!
It's over! It is over. 40 couldn't ask for like kind of a better conclusion. Great play by Saigib. I mean, I think he was so patient, and he was playing smart, really making sure that he's using that ghost walk, and he stopped Wenger in his tracks. What a great ending to that game. Congratulations to Sygib for pulling a game away from Wenger. I think that's something to be proud of. And you were right. You were right.
It seems to keep happening. It'll never happen again, but I'll enjoy it for now. Lethal, though. Let's bring back our resident camper here. Hope the tent was good. Good to have you back, Lethal. What do you think about what we just saw?
Yeah, I enjoyed the tent. Cheers, mate. Thanks for bringing it up anyway. But yeah, it was a great matchup. Sygib, I'm glad he clawed his way back to that third map win. Of course, Wenger's still looking for those 3-0s and not able to do it. It was, again, just a little bit unlucky using that, of course, the Berserker in order to go for that heavy at the very end. But I have to talk about Ruins as well. The fact he was 5-0 down and just brought him out just like that. Yeah. I think it's what you said, Fordy. It's the fact it's that championship mentality. He wants to win by large margins. He feels like it shouldn't be this close. But the fact that he turned it around so quickly, just as quick as how Sygib started, was just unreal. But good plays from Wenger nonetheless anyway. We're still seeing that spark come to fruition once again. And hopefully we'll see a lot more of that from Wenger in the coming weeks.
Ooh, that inside out. Big one as we take a look at the summary. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the bounce back, we figured it might be here, and that's kind of what we saw, but still not peak Wenger. Everyone needs to be on notice, because once he hits his peak, that's when he is absolutely terrifying. But for now, as we mentioned before, just getting the dub is just as important. Takes the series 2-1 over Sygib. And Sygib coming up with his map victory, putting some money in his pocket. So, you know, not awful. Again, everyone wants to win 3-0, but in this league, that's just really hard to do. Unless you're Rafa, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, play to win is an incredibly important mentality. You know, it feels good to be nice, flashy. Oh my gosh, look at this 360 no scope rail shot. You know, that's awesome. Don't get me wrong. But winning is the most important thing, aside from having fun, right? Because everyone's having fun when they're playing Quake. But no, in the QPL, that's how it is. Wenger got the job done. If I was him, I'd be happy with the series win, not so upset about dropping a single map. Sygib did awesome, deserves the praise that he gets for that final map. And it was good. I mean, certainly Sygib brought it down to that last little moment and made this a great little series. So hats off to both players. I'm excited for our next matchup.
Yeah, fantastic first featured match, but that means we have the second one on the way. It'll be Rafa versus Zinaku. Fantastic game to end it. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Week 5 of the Quake Pro League, and we are back with our last featured match of the day, Rafa versus Zenaku. On the panel, as always, I am joined by the one and only DJ Wheat and Lethal. And this one is going to be fantastic. These two have a bit of a history. Zenaku has been one of the few to topple Rafa, both in maps and sets. I'll start with you, Wheat. What do you think about this one, Rafa Zenaku?
I mean, if we're looking at the pattern by which we're going by today, it's got to be a 2-1 because that's what the Quake universe is showing us so far. So, I mean, it's hard to imagine, given everything that you've said and how we've seen Zenaku play, and obviously there is some players getting used to playing against players from all around the world. So I kind of think that too. I don't know. I'm really excited every time Zenaku is playing since kind of last season. I feel like he has just showed a significant improvement. I'm always excited whenever Rafa is playing just to see what we're going to get. So for me, this is a phenomenal matchup, right? I feel like there's a little bit of that underdog story, right? Can Zenaku, given their history, make a splash here? I think the answer is yeah, but you also know that Rafa can just be the unstoppable brick wall that players try to run into at 70 miles an hour, and that's fun to watch too. So either way, I'm thinking this is a win-win situation here.
Lethal?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that. And also, Zenaku this season, he's either 3-0ing people or getting 3-0'd. Hopefully it's not the latter this time around. I do want a close series. We've seen Zenaku improve again and again over time, but over the last 6 months, it's just been slow but subtle improvements here and there. But sometimes some of those subtle improvements or minor errors you correct cause a great impact, especially at this high level. So again, this is another challenge for Zenaku to kind of test his wits and just test exactly what he's been able to do and see anything he's corrected has actually made a bit of an impact. Especially, we know that he lost to Razy 3-0 a couple of weeks ago. One of the maps being very, very close. The other two a little bit different, but we'll have to see depending on, because I think a good indicator was against Razy. But like I said before, with these 3-0s or getting 3-0'd, hopefully it's not going to be the latter. I do want a close series, of course, but maps going to be very much dependent on how this goes, especially for Zenaku.
Well, let's dig into the pick bands and see exactly what's in store for us. Between these two, as we take a look, Deep Embrace, Corrupted Keep, into Awoken. Lethal, I'll let you run down the champs for us.
Yeah, go on then. I think Zenaku's going to be pretty happy with the first map pick. It's not one of Rafa's strongest and not consistent. Normally, not one of his go-to maps have been Deep Embrace, and back in the day it was Exile, but so Zenaku's going to be pretty happy about that. A scale we're going to see in favour of Zenaku. Again, he's going to be pretty happy with the pick. With the Solak, it depends on the defensive purposes with the spit to try and contest those items. And lastly, one of Zenaku's best maps going into Awoken with the Visor versus the Nyx. It's a standard champion set, but not something you would normally see on Awoken. But I feel like Zenaku should be happy with what we've got so far. Not just champion picks alone, but with the maps as well. Like Blood Covenant's gone. He's got Deep Embrace, which is one of Rafa's weakest maps. Corrupted Keep is going to be a struggle, but the scale may get him out of a sticky situation depending on how he goes with the scale, especially the ball rush for the items, or just getting out of that get out of jail free card, or of course doing a nice chunk of damage depending on the position he placed himself in. It's all about decision making there on Corrupted Keep. And Awoken, again, Vice versa Nyx can be a good counter. Again, though, it's all about the contention of the items here, and they're both in the same region, aren't they? So this should be definitely a close affair indeed.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things here just to throw out. I mean, great kind of breakdown overall. I'm not sure that we've seen Rafa lose a map on Corrupted Keep yet. And, I know he loves that scale pick on some different maps. So that's kind of interesting when I'm looking at that. The other thing is that I feel like Visor's win rate on Awoken and on Corrupted Keep has not been super awesome when up against a champ that has any type of movement. And so that I struggle with that one. I mean, I think I'm looking at this map pick. I'm like, well, there's definitely a 2-1 at least to Rafa, but those are pretty good picks in his favor, I gotta say.
I don't want to be that guy, and I could be completely wrong as I usually am, but I think actually CNZ took Corrupted Keep off of Rafa. I'm
Did
sure
he?
Flea, or I think someone in chat who's smarter than I am.
It must have been the one I didn't see then. Okay. And every
maybe.
map that
Again,
I'm
not trying to be that guy to call you out.
No,
I'm
be the
just
guy that calls me out. I mean,
I am in pursuit of the truth, sir, and that's all I care about.
Was it?
I think. I don't know. I'm waiting on someone
to CNZ, yeah.
Someone will. Yes. Yep. They're saying yep, and yes. All right. Well, I stand corrected. Thank you. I'm glad you. I'd rather you do that than like people.
Someone's got to keep you in check. You know, you've been the
Wheat is
boss
a
for
liar.
so long.
You wouldn't believe what he said. Like he basically hates CNZ because he just says that.
I was about to
Rafa
tweet it out and be like, somebody get him off the Quake Pro League.
That's right.
So biased.
Hey, was
so
Rafa playing Visor? Is there a possibility that Rafa was playing Visor and my two observations like somehow came together?
I just wanted the one. I'll leave the other one.
Okay.
But the map I'm looking, before I kick myself out, the map I'm looking forward to, Corrupted Keep, it's going to get thick. I say we call it Corrupted Cheeks because someone's is getting clapped. I don't know. Looking forward to it, but I think it's time I bail out, hang out with Nix while we watch this one. What do you say? Lethal Wheat, you guys got this?
That sounds good, man. We can
Yeah.
handle that.
Definitely a way to sign off. Definitely a way to sign off. We'll just leave you to it with Nix as you watch the last series of the day. And it should be a good one. And do you know what? I agree with you. I do feel like Zeneku can take a map. There's no reason why we shouldn't. Like you said, very minuscule improvements over the course of the last 6 months during the off season. He's either been freed or being 3-0'd or 3-0'ing other people. But this is a time now to try and show those improvements and actually try and show what he's really, really capable of. And in terms of the map picks and champion picks, he should be satisfied with what he's got on the table.
I think so. And as we get started, I just got to get myself together because, Lethal, I've never, ever been wrong on stream ever before. So this is like a kind of embarrassing moment
World first.
I'm wrong a lot. That's the beauty of having a stream and having someone be like, oh, you're wrong. Here's actually the right. It's great. Okay. Well, now we've got that confirmed. I do agree with you. As I was mentioning, though, Lethal, win-win on either side, right? I mean, seeing Rafa continue any level of dominance, always pretty exciting because he usually delivers the Quake entertainment that we all hope and love. But Zenaku, in terms of the way he's been playing, some of the opponents he's up against, sitting at a 2-2, right? Big moment for him to kind of change the momentum a little bit, give Rafa potentially his first loss. So either way, I feel like we are in for a treat as we are about to get started here. Our first map is going to be Deep Embrace, a map that I've really enjoyed watching the meta of this play out, and I feel like we still continue to see some adjustments and changes to the meta, which makes it exciting. But we're about ready to go live with Rafa versus Zenaku, game number 1.
Certainly are indeed. We're on for a bumpy ride here, so strap yourselves in to see if Rafa's going to continue his dominance or if Zenaku can say otherwise now. Just going to kick things off from Rafa's POV, just delaying the Mega just a tad here. So he's just going around the corner to pick up the shoddy and the LG, just getting the weapons to help himself out at a later date. Of course, he haven't got the rockets and the rail as of yet, and realizing this, just being a little bit cautious before he does approach those rockets. And Zenaku's actually underneath still, so looking to see where he's going to go from there, and just hanging around heavy, just waiting for Rafa just to approach him. And it looks like he will. That first missed rocket doesn't matter too much here, but does a little bit of damage. Oh, good rocket as well. Does back away and pick up the light and just going to head towards the Mega. In the end, no, the items haven't been segregated much, but both players just playing conservative at the moment.
Yeah, and I really like that in the opening minute of Quake, right? Neither player has a full set of information, so they're essentially little machines trying to gather as much data as they possibly can. As we get a little bit of damage coming out there by Peeker, but now that they're like, okay, I know where you're at, we've exchanged some blows, like I've got a better idea, the game completely changes in flow, and that's always interesting to watch, especially interesting when it happens in a longer way, like it did in that first minute, right? I mean, Rafa coming around the corner, being very cautious. It's like, I know where he is, but I don't know for sure. That first rocket missing, but then he sees his opponent, everything changes. So still scoreless on this board here, as we have another battle over the heavy. A great rail's going to come out, and that's going to mean Rafa with an easy double jump is going to be able to go in there and grab it. And now possibly that heavy, he doesn't get it, but he puts Zenaku in a terrible spot, eating a lot of LG damage. A rail on the way up the jump pad, second jump pad jump, which is insane. Peeker comes out, huge shotgun blast to the face, and around the corner, Rafa finishes off to put himself on the board for frag number 1.
Oh, this is a great methodical play from Rafa. Just controlled aggression here, not getting overzealous, not getting over aggressive, but at the same time, always making sure he's got an angle to at least dish a bit of damage onto Zenaku. But Zenaku just has to back away once again, but catches him a tad with the LG, but doesn't want to see through with it just due to the fact that his stack's not really large enough in order to continue that little scuffle. 2 minutes 20 in, misses the first rail, misses the second actually. So now Zeneku here will be able to stay alive a little bit longer and actually done a huge chunk, and the rail just going to even things in terms of the stack straight away as Rafa is available, so he can approach this heavy as he sees fit. Some peak damage though, but with the LG, yes it does tie things up here.
I thought for sure, Lethal, that Rafa was going to have that one with a great positioning. Took out that peeker right away, and then I thought a second blast was going to be all she wrote. But that was not the case at all. And Rafa suddenly on his back foot a little bit as he was sitting in a place of good control, right? Attacking with the lightning gun while Zanaku was down in the middle, hitting some nice rails. He is going to position himself nicely for this heavy, and I think does have a better kit here and loadout to be able to fight this off. He does grab it, but not before taking a lot of damage from that tribal. He immediately runs over to the 50 as he grabs them. Peeker doing a little bit more damage. And I like Zanaku's pressure. He's doing a great job here so far as we're tied 1-1.
He's playing very similar to how Rafa's trying to establish his dominance now. Just always having the angles while trying to contest the items at the same time, just being as proactive as possible. As it's only 1-1 and it's nearly at the 4-minute mark. Not something you normally see every day, but it's just take a lot of damage from that last rocket. Picks up the heavy anyway. And Rafa's on the back foot and needs to try and stay alive. It is top mid, but Zeneku's already picked up the health bubbles, all of them down below, so it's going to be even harder for Rafa to recover. So he's going to have to back away once again. He should be lucky, so would stay alive. Good try, Bolt, but the peak, it doesn't finish the job. Again, very unlucky. And Zeneku now, it's ball in his court. It's his playground. This depends how Rafa's going to try and stay alive, just barely dodging from these tri-bolt shots, but that should be enough now for Zeneku to start pushing forward. Doesn't get to the heavy in time, but may be able to take him out here, even though he's underneath. Just a matter of what way Rafa's going to turn. So weak, surely at this moment he'll be able to take it down. Yes, he does. Took a bit of time here, weak, but finally got the job done.
Really impressive just how long Rafa stayed alive right there. Zanaku had his number. And one thing that I think is important to point out here is that Zanaku has almost consistently gotten some damage off of his peeker plays. That might change right here. No, there's some. We get some bolt damage right there, but and that's good, right? Either a direct hit or some splash damage or a couple of hits from the cannon. He's been utilizing it well. You know, a lot of times some peeker will sometimes take a back seat here on Deep Embrace just because it can be risky to use. But he's got the lead now, 2-0. 5 minutes left in this matchup, and I would say I'm pretty satisfied so far with the performance I'm seeing out of both of these players. Playing slow and calculated, but very respectful against one another here in this matchup so far.
Yeah, Zeneku making some incredible reads at the moment, as both players have left very little room for error. As we know, one big mistake could end up being back-to-back frags for the opposition. Zeneku now just looking to try and stay alive. Hasn't picked up a light for a long time. Hasn't really had the opportunity to either. Rafa just making some great decisions in terms of his positional advantage to make sure Zeneku can't come back in this matchup. And if Rafa gets this next frag, taking very little damage, then he could be looking solid here. Zeneku really bided this on. A good rail as well. Has to back away. It's just slightly disadvantaged in terms of stuff. Just daring him to go for the light. Does pick it up, but what cost though? Just taking the same amount of damage he would have done with the tri-bolt. Good damage with the rockets as well. As he has to try and get that top mid control, and Rafa expected to jump up as well.
I mean, he read that so well. I was looking from Zanaku's point of view, but I feel like the moment that Rafa saw him, he was like, I've got this shot. And it was a great disengage from both players, but Rafa kind of making that read, and it was nice. That's going to tie the game back up. With less than 4 minutes to go, you'd expect a little bit higher frag count here on Deep Embrace, given the map that it is. Oh my God, unbelievable. Like, what a whiff. Zanaku was standing still, ducked behind the corner. The rail missed, and he follows up with the rail after Peeker dies. Amazing. Zanaku takes the lead yet again, and is going to double down on that 2-4 now with 3 minutes left to go.
Oh, he's tempted to go down the murder hole. It looks like it's going to take the risk. He took it, delayed it a tad in order to secure those 2 health bubbles, but it's like I said, every error made could cost us back-to-back frags, especially at this level at the moment. Just come out with the Pika, finds nothing yet, which means that he will get the Mega for free. But look at this though, Zeneku 2-frag lead. Heavy's coming up next 5 seconds. If he can somehow pick up the Heavy or at least distribute enough damage in order to not make it worth his while for the Heavy, then Zeneku could be okay. Rafa does have a slight edge in terms of a stack, but we're talking about a very tiny amount. Mega's gonna have next 8 seconds, not before this LG battle comes out. 150 damage in favor. Zeneku finds him on 1 HP, and the Dreamer just needs to try and stay alive for this next Mega, and he manages to get it here, Wee.
Oh my god. I like so close. 1 HP that had to be triggering in and of itself. But Rafa gets the frag, but is so very low. He's got to be careful. He knows the Heavy's up. His opponent has grabbed it. He's got an idea where he's at, but he doesn't have like a super comfortable spot. Rafa's firing away with the rail and then the rockets. But look at this machine gun barrage that is just coming out from Zenaku cross map. And it does a ton of damage. Rafa just not really connecting with those rails that I know that he would like to. He's going to run back up to full health stack, but still needs 1 frag and has about a minute and a half to be able to do that. Great rail. He's going to pick up that Heavy. This is a moment of opportunity right here, Lethal, and Rafa's got to make something happen here.
He certainly does. This using that Heavy machine gun to rail. 1 more should do it, but doesn't get it. But he can still close the gap if he wants to with the LG, and he does. He's tying things up here. Zeneku spawns in the LG, needs to try and get away as soon as physically possible. Of course, abusing that mobility with Destruct to get away. Just needs to get the weapons in his arsenal once again. Picks up the rails, got the LG, hasn't got rockets as of yet, so he's going to struggle a little bit to try and contest this Heavy, but he's there early, and the Heavy is already up. So luckily for him, he got there just in the nick of time. But Rafa's tempted to try and do something. He wants to take that LG bout. Not really a huge amount of the pick, just a little tickle there, but he just caught off guard by Zeneku. Just push on out with the LG. Still looking for the aggression, but decides to prioritize top mid control. Perfectly understandable. He's got Rafa on the ropes. Just depending on how he's going to go about it. 35 seconds left here, and Zeneku with the advantage.
Oh, I love it. The fake up the jump pad. It made Zenaku respond a little bit. 30 seconds remaining. And I kind of feel like Rafa does not want to let this one go into overtime. He does get an LG stream off. There's going to be a fight over the Heavy. It comes out in Rafa's favor. He lands the rail. Has an idea where Zenaku is. Misses that rail up the jump pad. Another rail missed. Zenaku lands one of his own. But he's got 0 armor stack there. The machine gun damage comes out. And the rocket goes beyond Peeker and hits Zenaku with less than 10 seconds left to go. Rafa just trying to dodge whatever he can, and he's going to pull it off. 1 frag, 5-4. It wasn't super clean, Lethal, but all you got to do is be the top fragger at the end of the matchup, and that was an interesting ride we just went on.
It certainly was, and we said it was going to be a bumper ride before this series even started, but Zeneku was so close. Rafa was on the back foot. He was bottom mid in that murder hole. He only had 80, 90 HP. Zeneku didn't have the best of stacks, but it was twice what Rafa had in the end. And you saw what Rafa did towards those last couple minutes, just prioritizing the Heavy, just keeping his opponent back with those defensive plays, especially with the LG and the rail, just hitting all his shots. And if he didn't, it could have easily been 5-4, maybe even 6-4 for Zeneku if, of course, Rafa pushed in, being over aggressive for those last 10 or 20 seconds. But instead, Rafa just doing Rafa things again, making those clutch comebacks.
Yeah, I mean, at the end there, that moment in which Zenaku is kind of behind the pillar, I feel like that was a huge turning point for Rafa. He read the situation incredibly well. He ended up getting the frag off of that. And I think that kind of like, it kind of fired him up a little bit to be like, no, you're not going to do that to me. I mean, we just saw it right there. He had a perfect chase with that LG. It was very, very nicely done. And, you know, Zenaku played incredibly well. Rafa was just trying to figure out ways to come back. I still stand by, right? There was a couple moments there, that rail that Rafa missed when Peeker came out. And, you know, I don't know. I saw it from his point of view. And it just was one of those, like, it went through the nook of his, you know, elbow as he was crouching down or something. But it was unfortunate, and he still brought it back. It's a mark of a good champion, but Zenaku made this a phenomenal game.
He certainly did. I was hoping Zeneku would say that because it is one of, we'd say one of Rafa's weaker maps, but every map in the map pool he's extremely strong on. And the fact that we saw a scoreline like that, it's not something you normally see every day. Only 9 frags on Deep Embrace, but we were going to Corrupted Keep. And I'd love to know your thoughts, Wheat, because CNZ demolished Rafa on Corrupted Keep last time round. But of course, it's a different kettle of fish. These are, 2 heavy champions. Zeneku definitely favors heavy champions, does have to scale in order to pick up the items 5 or 4 seconds beforehand with the bull rush to use to great effects, but also at the same time use it for the offensive purposes also. But then you've got the spit for its defensive purposes for some of those items. On top of the mobility and the stack to have. So it's going to be very, very difficult. If Zeneku continues to play the same style with that controlled aggression, there's no reason why he doesn't have a chance to take this map.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I'm really curious about this one. Right, this one has me puzzled a little bit in terms of how the outcome could come out. I think if Zanaku plays in the style that he did, he's hitting his rails, he's making good decisions, nice shots. He now has the ability to get more aggressive if he wants to. That's oftentimes how Rafa will play Scale Bearer. It's just like, I'm just going to get in your face and you're going to get sick and tired of seeing it all of the time. And it pays off. Is this a map where that's going to work? Well, there's certainly going to be some zoning with the spit. Is that enough? I'm thinking no. I'm thinking Scale Bearer is basically like, walking through a thorn bush. It's like, oh, this hurts a little bit, but it's not really going to stop me from coming after you. So I think Rafa has to play a bit more calculated, similar to how he did in game number 1. But I don't know how it'll play out. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, we certainly do. I kind of think with the scale in the hands of Zeneku, Rafa's going to be playing the range game a little bit more. Like you said, zoning him out, I'd say. So we're going to see, we see a lot of the heavy machine gun usage anyway, don't get me wrong, to kind of before they get into close range combat for some of these items. But we're going to see it a bit more from Rafa this time, ready. He wants to try and avoid that bull rush at all costs. We know how much of a pain in the backside it is, especially to deal with once you hit straight away and being caught into a corner. It's really, really tough to deal with for any player, no matter what kind of tier list you're in. But that's what we probably expect to see from Rafa. Of course, he may be a little bit more aggressive knowing that the bull rush has been used, and make sure to keep an eye on those hourglasses as well. That's one of the main things he needs to really prioritize, and also keep him on spawn in red room or on the other side on the arc to decide how exactly Zeneku's going to approach this. But as long as Zeneku's not overzealous and isn't really too overly aggressive with so many bits and pieces he wants to do, like when he challenges or tries to trade without taking too much damage and keeping the frags clean as possible, then again, like I said, there's no reason for it. But I'm just worried about Zeneku's mentality. Just he may get a little bit overzealous at times. We'll see.
I mean, I often think that sometimes we've seen it in some of the pro games as well. Right, you have that scale, and you're kind of like, yeah, I'm a beefy boy, right? And then you feel like you go a little bit more aggressive, but it's kind of what your opponent wants you to do, exactly, is to get overzealous, as you kind of put it. So it is important to sort of control your scale rage in there. Don't think that you are a brick when you are, but you aren't. And so how that will play out should be interesting. I think that opening moment, right, that first minute we talked about, this is going to be really fun to watch. Expect maybe a slow start, and then it's just going to speed up and pick up, and we'll hit Gear 5 really fast. But I think we're going to end up having a higher score than we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, you'd think so, considering what we're up against at the moment. But I do believe what you said is absolutely true, and it's vital as a talking point as well. It is going to be a slow start. Even though these two have played each other hundreds of times by now, they still need to feel out exactly what mischief each player's up to, and we see it time and time again. But the reason why we're going to have maybe a small scoreline, as you already mentioned, is again playing that range. It's going to be playing that range rather, and that's what Rafa's going to be doing, to keep away from that bull rush. And if he does, well, to a certain extent, then it makes perfect sense to then go on the attack and then get that close range combat kills and try and see what he can do here. But second map underway. It's our final series of the day. Rafa's already up 1-0 by one measly frag in that map against Deep Embrace. And this time from Rafa's POV, already picking up the heavy straight away, as well as the rockets. So already looking to be in a good position, just using the MG to full effect and to see if he can get a couple of rockets off in the red room. But Zeneku does manage to get away whilst Rafa gets the LG, picks up the heavy machine gun, and this is exactly what we were talking about earlier.
It's a nice little move there by Rafa as he's bounced back by that rocket, but immediately recovers with the air control that he's got here. And so obviously feeling a bit more comfortable on the mobility side. Has his opponent trapped here. Full rush Sounded like it came out and then got canceled, and a lot of LG damage coming down. An LG from the bottom as Rafa gets in a little bit too deep on that one. Both players incredibly low, but Zanaku picked up that Mega. He somehow depletes it all, but oh my gosh, the aggression coming out here. Rafa kind of waiting for it, just down a couple of stairs down. That gave him a little bit of cover. He was the one that won that shotgun battle. He's up 1-0.
Zanaku tanked so much damage, especially the spit damage as well. Rafa's still alive, but how long for? Health bubble spawned just in the nick of time. Picks up the light, so it's back to square one. Good LG use. Just going to wait for him to approach upwards, and he's going to be almost flying. Like I say, he's a beefy boy, so we're about to get away for now, using a heavy machine gun just to try and tickle him attack, just to keep the pressure on. Let Zanaku know that he's on the warpath and to try and get this third frag. And will he be able to here? Just raining down a few rockets. He's using that bull rush just to ring around the roses, but not really going to do much here. Sadly, the first two bull rushes haven't been used to full effect, but now Rafa knows he can be as aggressive as he likes. Now, but the bull rush is not in play anymore.
I mean, Lethal, this is why I'm like, I always get really kind of nervous when people pick scale. You know, I think Rafa, who is a player who's really made a conscious effort to say, how do I put this into my champion pool? Like, really understands, I think, what you can and cannot do. And when I see other players do it, I don't necessarily believe that. Right? There's just been a couple of overly aggressive moments that I think Rafa has capitalized on, and you're seeing it there in the scoreline. Here we go, opportunity to kind of use that beefiness to get in there and do some damage, but ticking away, Zanaku doesn't really get much from that. So Rafa with a very comfortable 5-frag lead. We're still very early in this matchup. Anything can happen, but I think that Zanaku is kind of the one losing this game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I completely agree, and you can see the last 3 or 4 occasions he's trying to pick up the heavy, or at least get some early preparation for it. He hasn't picked up a single heavy, and every time he's tried, he's just lost that final bout, but at least he picks up the Mega anyway to keep himself alive. But the shotgun knows it's going to keep... Oh, again, the shotty from Rafa, 7-0. We were talking so much how this could be a close affair, could be a low frag game. Instead, Rafa's just diving on in, again, contesting the heavy, waiting for Zanaku to going through. 8-0. It's only been 3 minutes, Rafa's just gotta calm down.
It's nasty. I mean, it's real nasty. Again, I feel like a lot of this comes down to Zanaku, you know, feeling overconfident as you're sitting on that scale, right? Like, it hasn't stopped Rafa from dishing out damage if he's in the bull rush and tracking him as he can. And there's not like a ton of angles, I think, here on Keep, where the bull rush is just gonna give you those solid, clean shots to kind of verse around them.
No.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh! You know what? If there are any children watching here today, I apologize for the destruction and absolute ownage that you are seeing here. In Quake 3, we called this Q3 DM8 the Devastation, and we've just arrived there because this is just absolutely nasty.
I just feel bad for chat, really. We've hyped this up so much, and it's now 11-0. It's only been 4.5 minutes. A direct straight after. The bull rushes in. But Zanaku, at least he gets one frag to his name. Don't get me wrong, he's got plenty of time left on the clock, but the way Rafa's playing on Corrupted Keep, sometimes it's hit and miss, but when he does hit, it really does pack a punch. And we're not even at the halfway mark yet. Well, we nearly are, so to speak. As Rafa does have a slight stack advantage, looking to progress towards the heavy. Zanaku's there early, as he has been for the last few times he's contested the heavy. Bouncing him up, 8 HP, manages to stay alive. Not the cleanest of frags, as we're finding him once again. 1 second to the Mega FPS. At least Zanaku can continue this bout, but not with the LG in play. Needs to try and get a health bowl soon as physically possible, but no, of course, Rafa just standing his ground, daring him to go towards the heavy machine gun area.
You know, Rafa clearly had a solid game plan. He's like, I'm going to let Zanaku kind of play aggressive. I'm going to be ready for it. You know, the amount of, what is damage at right now? Yeah, I was going to say 4,100 damage from Rafa and 2,700 damage to Naku. And that's what this game feels like. Another shotgun blast to the face won't matter. The Rafa walked away with 10 points of health because he grabs the Mega. But this is definitely a class right now. And how to play versus scale on Shrubsy Keep with Sorlag.
Some maps you don't even see 4K damage. The fact that he's already hit it and it's been just over the 5-minute mark is just unreal here. Good shotgun again from Rafa. But Xenoku doesn't want to dare to tease or give it a go in terms of trying to challenge Rafa again in case he does hit the full whack with the shotgun. Xenoku dives in with the ball rush to try and contest the Mega. Not going to happen though. 14-2. We were so wrong about this being a close affair indeed. 4 minutes left and Xenoku again. Don't get me wrong, he is contesting every single item. Some may say he's probably not in a position to with the stack he has. Maybe just overstaying his welcome. 15-2. Again, just caught him with the LG. Easy to be flying off. CLA is getting sync error once more. 16-2. We're going to see at least 20 frags from Rafa. I'll be surprised if we don't.
Oh, yeah. 100%. It is, it's like shotgun warm-up this game. I don't know, but everything going right for Rafa. Was he upset about last game? Did he feel like he underperformed last game and he just needed to turn it up? I don't know. It could be all of the above. Mark D on your tests because we don't know, but this is just... Oh my gosh.
Mega was just staring at him in the face. Absolutely typical. Rafa just being proactive, picking up the bubbles just to get as much use of that Mega as physically possible. Nice little rocket bottom mid. He can still contest it. And you've got to understand that Rafa's always on the high ground going for this heavy every single time. Good direct, some additional damage afterwards as Xenoku's been taken down once again. And Rafa, when he's got a high ground and he's raining down rockets, when he gets into an LG fight, he knows that from a vertical perspective, it's hard to aim with the LG from above, so he just drops down straight away, continues to engage with making sure he's got every advantage possible. Spit comes out for the defensive purposes, 20-2, and we've still got a couple of minutes left. This is literally just a nightmare.
Spit has actually done a lot more in this matchup than I thought it would, right? It has done a lot of cleanup here. It's been used almost exclusively around a lot of... Oh my god, the jukes. Unreal. I was going to say it's been used a lot around areas where there isn't really health bubbles to pick up. And Xenoku just has, like, not turned down his aggression on scale at all. And maybe that's fine. I mean, maybe there's a moment of acceptance where it's like, I lost this match. I'm just going to kind of go for it. But it means that scoreline is going to be real nasty as the triple stack rocket for the 23rd frag. And you said 20, but I think you should revise that. I mean, 25 maybe.
30, I don't know at this point. The way Xenoku's playing at the moment, it's just constantly getting in his face, but he knows this second map is just, it's done. It was done probably around the 3-minute mark. And it's just incredible. The way Rafa plays, like, his shotgun, I feel like it just does so much damage compared to everyone else. Like, his aim with it is just ridiculous. Always getting point blanks or close to it. And it's just a dangerous feat. Like, he doesn't need rockets after time. And now just using the shotgun once again, as I was just talking about it, does get spat on. And he can get the health bubble if he can make it in time. Will he be able to? Decides to prioritize the frag, but doesn't take Rafa down. 24-3. Yeah, we're looking at the 26-27 kind of margin. Could be a 30 frag game in total here. And Rafa, he probably just corrected a lot of mistakes he had against CNZ because he got punished for it massively, realised what he was doing wrong, and now he's just taking out his frustrations from a couple weeks ago, isn't he? Oh my god, the damage of the tri-bolt. Xenoku's already cleaned him up, but it don't matter at this point. He was thinking about the third map 3 minutes in.
7,100 damage by Rafa, about 49 who will hit 5,000 here by Xenoku. But there it is, 25 frags, less than 20 seconds left to go. What a very sick victory here for Rafa. 25-4 as the final seconds count down, and we're going to be taking it on to map number 3. But it does mean that Rafa wins this series very convincingly after what I would call a super close final game. But we're going to be moving on to Awoken, and I mean, what a show there. 25-4.
You couldn't make this up. 2,500 more damage. Item control, 25 items to Rafa. Xenoku only had 13. And this is the problem you see. For Zeneku, we saw it time and time again. Always on the low ground contesting for that heavy. But it was a little bit worried at the same time. I kind of feel like there's a few occasions Zeneku was hoping just to get away with the heavy. But Rafa was also preparing for it early. So he had absolutely no chance. Raining down rockets, dropping down with the LG due to the vertical range, the range of the angle which Rafa had, which he wasn't really too keen on. Just happened every single time. But Zeneku realised by then it was just way too late, especially at the halfway mark. And you already mentioned the amount of damage that Rafa did. You never normally see that. He did like the same amount of damage as you normally get in 2 maps, wouldn't you? Like in comparison to some of the others. But yeah, it's definitely improved on this corrupted keep compared to what we saw compared to against CNZ. Just going back to the stats now, 25-4 if you just missed it. 48% with the LG, nearly 4,000 damage with the LG. Something you don't normally see every day.
That's pretty
brutal.
Pretty brutal is a good word for it. Yeah. And as we go into map 3, you know, I just don't have a ton of confidence in a visor here. You know, versus the Knicks, I think this is a tough one for Zanaku. Would love to see him pull something just wild out, but I have a lot of concern here for map number 3.
It sounds like you've got a lot of faith in Zeneku. I can tell.
It's not so much a lack of faith in Zanaku. It's a lack of faith in the overall champion versus, right? A Nyx versus a visor on Awoken. It's not like, oh my God, I have vision. Like, you know, I'm gonna win this map. But, oh my God, I have Ghost Walk. I can run away. I can get aggressive. I can steal a major item. You know, I don't know. I mean, and maybe they just negate one another overall, but then you've got a little bit of speed there. So I can't feel great about this pick for Zanaku.
Yeah, it's difficult. Like, don't get me wrong, in the past, like way back, people would say that visor can be a good counter to Nyx in terms of using that piercing sight. But the problem is, you can't just hold into that piercing sight the entire time. You want to use it for your purposes. Rafa may use the Ghost Walk aggressively, especially for some of the items, or just being a real pain, like just to try and get away, which he will use time and time again. It's all going to be about the hourglasses on Awoken. At the same time, it may not be, because Zeneku will keep that piercing sight in his back pocket just in case Rafa does try and get away. And of course he would. There's going to be a number of occasions where he's going to try and use the Ghost Walk to get away. And that's where Rafa's going to not only time, but just be cautious and wary with the audio cues to see if he uses the piercing sight early enough in order for him to go, okay, I can use it aggressively. Or if I do force myself into a fight, then I know I can get away as long as I choose the right path or route to get away from Zeneku. So yeah, very hit and miss. And yeah, the scoreline difference going into the first map, just ridiculous. But hopefully this should be, you know, at least keep this third map as competitive as possible. The first map was great, don't get me wrong. Zeneku was playing really well, and then Rafa just said no, I've had enough.
Is a bit more stern no. It's like no. You know, like, but yes, that's exactly what he did. It seemed like he had a problem with how game number 1 went, and you know, sometimes if you can channel that energy into the game, those are the results you can get. So we'll see if he can channel that momentum going into map number 3, if Zanaku can reset, and what will happen here in our champion lineup is Rafa will be playing the Nyx and Zanaku the visor here on Awoken. Get your predictions in if you haven't already. And of course, Rafa's already won the series, so he will go further on as a 5-0. Zanaku not so much, but still looking for a map win that's be just as tasty.
Yeah, every little helps at this point, because Zenaku's currently 3rd on the leaderboard. We know that there's a few players out there have only played 2 or 3 matches, but at least he's set in stone. They're just hovering around that top 8 criteria in terms of seeding, especially going into QuakeCon, which is going to be very important for him. How this third map, like you said, every map is going to count here. He is very good on Awoken. Like we've seen it in the past, but it's been quite well established in terms of the way he plays and that decision tree, just to keep his opponents guessing with the aggression and the strategic methods he has coming into this matchup. But I think is where I was being destroyed a fair amount after that last engagement. But he's also one of those players, he's very, very good at just resetting. And like we said before, around a 4 or 5 minute margin, Zenaku just knew, complete write-off. Let's just throw this map in a bin. Never happens. If you see that scoreline, let's just pretend that it never even existed, and we'll just crack on straight with this one.
Well, we're seconds away from getting started here in what will be the third and final game of the day. Let's hear it for both players as we kick off and get started here. Can Zenaku bring it back and make this 2-1 pattern stay alive, or is Rafa looking to disrupt with a 3-1? Zenaku right off the bat does end up hitting his piercing sight, and I'm not sure whether Rafa saw it. I was looking through Zen's vision, but it doesn't seem like it made much of a difference here in the opening seconds.
No, not too much at the moment. Is Rafa now just wait and see if he's going to rotate from the heavy machine gun to the TP, which he has done. Rafa just establishing map control here, just holding on to top mid around that T-junction, just waiting to see if anyone does crop up from the mega jump pad, but lovely rail there from Zenaku. It's like we said before, he can reset his mental fortitude as he sees fit. He is going to have to give up the heavy, which is a little bit of a shame, but it doesn't matter. It does have piercing sight in his back pocket still. And also, you've got to remember, Rafa does have the ghost walk. He wants to try and get away, but uses the piercing sight here. Now could get a little bit of LG damage. It's not really in the best of angles for Zenaku to try and rock it, but it's actually went for the TP. Ghost walks through, hears it, decides to hold on to top mid anyway, and Rafa, yeah, a bit of a risky play, but it was worth it to get map control again.
Rafa dropping down to try to get the angle on that rail. Decides to go for the heavy instead. Unfortunately, Zenaku's there, firing rockets from up above already. Does a ton of damage. About 25 seconds till that next ghost walk. So he knows that he could put a chase on here. And very, very slow play, I would say. Meticulous for certain from Zenaku here as he's protecting that one frag lead that he's got. Rafa trying to play that middle. He's not doing a ton of damage with some of his spam, where normally you would see him doing a lot of damage. And I think that's attributed to just Zenaku doing a great job dodging. But Heavy's back up. It's going to be grabbed. Rafa looking for the looking for the rail. He does manage to hit that one. Zenaku very, very low. Now this could be it. Oh, big rocket to the face. But something hits Rafa on the way around too. And they will disengage. 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh, that was a huge drive-by earlier on. Zenaku just realised Victor's been ghost walked upon. This is a time for him to try and extend his lead if he can. Oh, lovely stuff. He timed that perfectly. Just waiting a couple of seconds until he knows Rafa's going to move in towards that health bubble. And yeah, it's a risk, sadly, Rafa did not want to take. Does have that piercing sight. And remember, he knows that Rafa used that ghost walk, so this is his window of opportunity to use it, which he has done. Just trying to get the angle to see if he rotates around. Trying to keep him trapped, but again, an unfortunate drop. 2.5 minutes in, but Zenaku's playing much better. Nothing like what we saw in that second map here, where Rafa just completely ran away with it. And just waiting to see exactly where Rafa's going to go next. He's going to give up the Mega, which is fine in Zenaku's hands. He wants to prioritize the Heavy anyway. So he's waiting to dare and to go forward, but now he's going to have to give up the Heavy. Probably a slight mistake there.
Does hit a nice rail. Rafa, though, nice little stack. Zen picks up that light. And it was so interesting because in the first 2 minutes, it was kind of like Zenaku was basically using Rafa's playbook, right? Mid-range, lots of tri-bolt damage, and it's what you normally see coming out of Rafa. But Zenaku was hitting all those shots, even resulted in a frag. And I kind of like to watch this style of play coming out of Zenaku right now. There's another rail. Those are the rails that Rafa really needs to hit. He's got an incredibly dominant stack right now over Zenaku. Single rail would completely put Zenaku in a bad position. Now in the back hallway, has to play this one very carefully. Does get nailed, and there it is. Going to be the first frag for Rafa as he finds his opponent through a process of elimination. Said he's got to be back here. He was right. Picks up his first frag.
Yeah, Zenaku hasn't picked up a single Heavy. It's been the story of his life at the moment in this series. He was really struggling to pick up the Heavies on Corrupted Keep, but now he's struggling to pick up the Heavies even when he had a full-blown opportunity earlier on. Maybe he's playing a little bit greedy with the tri-bolt, contesting it, even though he was in a much better position. But yeah, it's been a very real Heavy matchup here. It's now Rafa just finding his time, daring for Xenoku to push up top mid, just tickles him a tab with the LG, picks up the Mega, now just going to head towards the Heavy as the items are segregated enough for to contest both. Good rocket though from Xenoku. He's in for a chance here if he wants to either dish some damage as he approaches to Heavy or just try and contest it. Decides to prioritize the damage, which he has done, and now he's going to do this aggressive Ghost Walk in. Will Xenoku expect it though? He does slightly, but he had the LG in hand. Beautiful rail straight afterwards. Exactly what Rafa needed to tie this up.
I mean, love that. Xenoku absolutely expected that, but it just didn't stop Rafa from hitting the 3 crucial shots that he needed. He did 2 rockets, the last one a bounce into the rail frag, gonna tie it up 2-2. Xenoku, you know, that was a roll of the dice a little bit. At least he saw the truck coming. He just still couldn't get out of the way. But we're tied up halfway into this matchup, and you know, I will say that Xenoku's been playing the visor pretty nice. Oh, around the corner. Wasn't expecting that one, though. And Rafa's almost handed a frag on a platter. 3-2 now as he just held on to that middle, controlled and played very, very well, hit the damage that he needed to, followed up with 2 more rockets. So suddenly Rafa's control just looks like a grasp that is getting tighter and tighter.
It's just getting worse and worse. And every time Rafa gets a clean frag, it just means that it's going to be an even worse situation for Xenoku on spawn. He's going to go on the chase, actually. We'll find him. Great rail again from Rafa, extending his lead. He just wants to try and continue to suffocate, put the pressure onto Xenoku. Good direct. He's going to finish him off with the LG. Will he be able to? Not yet, but the rocket should do it. Yes, it does. Heavy up in the next few seconds, just waiting, daring for him to drop down into the TP. But Xenoku's right. Okay, you've had enough. It's got to a point now you're taking the mickey a little bit, and now stacks are equal. Hopefully Xenoku can try and bring this back.
Rafa seems to be at one with his bounces here in this map. You know, it's like, it's those games where you feel like players must have some sort of extra graphic on their screen that shows the trajectory that a body's going to fly through the air, and he has just read it so many times in a precise manner in this matchup. 5-2 now. Suddenly the window of opportunity is really closing for Xenoku here. I also feel like Rafa's picking up his pace a little bit, you know, using wall jumps to his advantage, regaining position, trying to throw his opponent off, setting up traps, and is able to be the aggressor here with the lead. 5-2, a really impressive set of control. And he's going to get tagged, Xenoku, with the rail. And a second one coming out of that ghost walk. I mean, everything is just working out perfectly for Rafa as he picks up his 6th frag.
For now, just continuing his destruction. Xenoku still hasn't picked up a single heavy. I need to keep bringing this up because it's not like Xenoku's allergic to it by any means. He has contested it time and time again, but Rafa just always putting himself in a position where he's going to be advantageous going for it, and he's just going to keep him back with the tribot. Good tribot damage again. Tickles him a tab to the last one, but Rafa has the stack key. He can rain down the rockets, and it's not been looking too good here. Still doesn't pick up a heavy. Still looking for the first one in this matchup, but he's only got a couple minutes left now as we're seeing Xenoku now in these next couple of minutes to get a bit over-aggressive.
And this is where I think suddenly, right, Vision versus Ghost Walk is really starting to show itself here. Not so much at the beginning. I got to give Xenoku a lot of credit for how that happened, but we're going to have the Ghost Walk pop after the frag there, but that was just a in-case moment. Another great rail with some LG damage there, and Rafa is taking a tighter control of this matchup here with a 6 frag lead. And the Ghost Walk is just doing all the work aggressively, defensively. Vision, not so much. Although Xenoku really does need to understand where Rafa is for potential of 7 frags. I just do not think that is in the realm of possibilities here that can happen on Awoken. And Rafa is likely to take this one 3-0. He breaks the pattern, Lethal, as Xenoku tried to keep the dream alive. Up the jump and no! Rough.
It is. It's salt to the wound, isn't it? Just, you know, you make his life a misery at the moment, and then you just go and do that. Absolutely ridiculous. 1 minute left, 8 frags to find. Of course, like you already mentioned, not going to happen. Not in the realms of possibility. Xenoku does find his first heavy. And that could be one of the talking points, really, because every single time, no matter what map he was on, he was literally standing on the heavy, like, very early. I don't know if it's because it's something he wants to do. Maybe he's mistimed it. I'm not really too sure. But, you know, at least he's there ready to contest it, but it doesn't really get much use of it. He either has to burn it or just let Rava have it or just, overstays his welcome. It's just a bit unfortunate here as Zenaku does bring back a frag. Just 25 seconds left remaining. The problem is, though, Rafa, the job has been done. It's already been successful. He'll be winning this series 3-0 outright. Definitely what we predicted. Zenaku will have to go back to the drawing board and ask himself, what did I do wrong? What do I need to change? What do I need to do for future weeks in order to not make the same mistake twice? Comes in, nice frag, trying to keep the score respectable, but of course, not going to change the series outcome. 3-0 in favor of Rafa. He's going to be pretty damn pleased about that. Maybe not the first map, but the rest of them, he certainly will.
You know, sometimes you need to get a quick kick in the ass to kind of get yourself motivated and in the right mindset. That might have been what happened, right? There was a few sort of moments of not like this coming out from Rafa in that game number one. And, you know, maybe that's what set the tone for him the rest of the time, because he certainly turned it up to went to 11 this time. So let's bring 40 in and see what he thought of that matchup. 40, welcome back. I expected to see that smile on your face. Tell us what you thought about that matchup.
I've already contacted the police because of the slaughter we just saw. No, some say if you listen closely, you can still hear the sound of cheeks clapping on Corrupted. No, it was insane because the first map was so close, and you know, you kind of felt that Zen had this defense that was very brittle, and the minute that Rafa was able to break it, it was kind of done. But it was back and forth. Rafa pulls it out. Okay, regroup, go into map number 2, and Rafa took it like Michael Jordan, where he's like, I took that personally. That first map was garbage, and then he just unleashed an entire case of whoop-ass. And it was crazy. It was brutal to see. I mean, we joked about it that EU Rafa is a very dangerous and different Rafa, and that's kind of what we got with this one. Brutal. Shouts to Zenaku for being able to hang in there for all three, but I mean, this was just the Rafa show.
Yeah, it certainly was indeed. It was like we got everything and more, even a bit of style points at the end, as you can see with the scoreline there. 42% hit accuracy with the rail. We're playing a lot more of a rail heavy game. But then again, Zenaku was at the start. It was even damage, and then it all just went wrong for him, didn't it? It's rare to see one item in particular not get picked up for such a long time. He was always there for the heavy very early. It wasn't even on this, but it was on Crux to keep as well. And it could have been one of his downfalls. Maybe he wished that he could have been on, you know, top rail, or maybe just somewhere else getting a little bit of high ground to contest it better. Always have to play those vertical angles to try and deviate or try and at least bring something back in that matchup. But yeah, it really made it tough for himself sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Dan's getting a little nervous there. Rafa adding another win to the W column, 5-0. Is he the only undefeated right now in the league? I don't want to make a statement and be wrong about it again. So I was wrong twice today. So.
Now I feel bad. I've never been right, so I just wanted to make sure. I'm sorry. I'll never question you again.
I'm glad you were. I'm just watching myself.
Somebody in chat was like, I guess Zenaku's wearing the jersey number 4 because of his frags on each map. Shame on you. How dare you? All right, you get in the arena with Rafa, see how well you do.
Unbelievable.
And he got that last frag in like the last couple of seconds too. Wow. 4 across the board. Nice.
Yeah, it was brutal. Quite the way to end the day, but that is the end of the day for us, unfortunately, on this Saturday. So, as always, big shouts to everyone. Wheat, any closing comments?
Hey, thanks again for another great set of matches. Always awesome to see the Quake fans showing up on force here on Saturday. We'll see you again next week. Looking forward to it. Congrats to our winners today, and shame on you, Rafa, for not letting the 2-1 pattern keep going. But you know, play to win. You did your job. Congratulations there. Saw some great games. I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me.
Echo what we said. Great day first, whose series were amazing. Nice to see Nosfer showing more flair onto the server again compared to what he's been in previous weeks. And apart from that, yeah, it was good. Good day.
Good day. It's always a good day with Quake. So on behalf of production, all of us here on the desk, all the players, big shouts to you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you all. And for those that celebrate, tomorrow is Nowruz. So Eid Shoma Mubarak. Mom, I love you very much. We will see you back here next week. Take care, and Happy New Year for those that care.